What's up?
Anyway, so
Yes.
he decided to call me daddy.
Kristen, I watched all of this unfold in the captions before we even got here.
No, we know.
Yeah, we know that happens.
Okay.
And then you choose to go live regardless of it.
Oh, yeah, you know, actually, I should just do a stream where I just leave it on starting soon the whole time. We never actually play.
I learned that Liam O'Brien always says absolutely filthy, horrible things to Matt right before they start, and then I had to honor that that method. Yeah.
My favorite thing is that even though I did Jake's window capture, OBS just chucked it to the ether, so just give me a second. Jake's gonna float in.
No!
I rolled a really high stealth check.
You really did.
Oh my god.
Well, I can roll a really high stealth check.
That plus 11 really does just chuck you into the unknown.
I think you mean plus,
I see.
I think you mean plus 13.
Oh, man, you beat me by 1.
Okay, we're gonna go to a quick BRB. I'm just gonna leave the sound on. I'm just gonna change the screen so I don't accidentally dock myself.
It's only because I'm arcane trickster, though. That's why.
Noted. Oh,
Well, so much is happening.
That crashed my, whatever you did crashed my Discord.
What I did? What I did? Interesting.
Something in the Discord crashed, so I don't know.
No, I don't know a lot about math.
I did it. I'm in the ether. I'm in the machine.
Why
I'm in the
is
background.
everything broken?
Oh, I just rolled a 19.
Okay,
That
well,
that's all this is.
I've given up.
All your pylons are mine.
I've doxed myself on this
All your
channel
base
already.
belongs to us.
Might as well just commit to it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I might as well
crispy.
just go for this, because I don't know what's going on. You know, it's been a while since something's gone wrong immediately when we started, so it's always good to go back to your roots.
It keeps us humble.
It does.
Welcome to live production.
I got too comfortable. That was on me. That was Twitch checking me. Anyway, welcome in, everybody.
Twitch always just has a knife to your back, like.
That's true.
And then you forget, and then they stab you to remind you.
Twitch reminds me of Robert Pattinson's Batman, but if he sucked, you know.
I had my collection of identical polos that make me look like a serial killer.
Just randomly hanging in the background.
That's actually a really apt way to phrase that, yes.
Yeah.
And then all the white.
Look like fucking Joe from
Oh my god. Where are your baseball caps?
Gonna wear the same clothes every day, like I'm Arthur from PBS.
Anyway.
I love how you just suddenly got self-conscious about that and had to take care of it.
I've been self-conscious about it for a while.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you took care of it now. Welcome in, everybody. If you're joining us for the very first time, you probably know who I am at this point. I'm Dauntless. You can call me Daunt or Liz. I do stuff on the internet. I play games here sometimes. Usually I'm doing this. This is a cool campaign full of cool people, and I run it, and they make me very happy. And I hope you enjoyed today's episode, because we got this guy over here for a couple weeks. He's not allowed to leave. So,
He is governor.
I'm really excited for that. I'm going to start with Kristen, and we'll just kind of like go around. Just a very quick introduction of who you are, if you want to, anything you want to bump or promote.
Oh god. Hi, I'm Kristen. This is what I'm most passionate about, so Stormborn's Curse. You can find like my social links by hitting like !pal in the chat and to invite me to your tables.
Nice. Sarah.
I was not expecting to go. I, am here, and then I'm on Twitter. So if you also want to follow me on Twitter with !pals, then feel free to do so. And I will be in other TTRPG thing on the internet soon. It's just that I signed an NDA. No, I'm kidding. I did not. But I cannot talk about this project quite yet. But it's exciting. So Jake's next. I've decided.
I took a sip instead because I forgot I was facilitating. My bad.
That seems right. That seems right, though. Yes, I am Jake. I'm Obsidian Oskin on Twitch and Twitter. I'm not a part of much. This is the only campaign I'm currently a part of, but I'm planning on doing more eventually. Probably run or participate in some other campaigns down the line. So keep your ears and eyes out.
Woo!
Will be coming at some point in the future.
Don't put those
Vaguely.
ears away. Keep them on. Youngin.
Anyway, Crispy.
Hello, everybody. I am Crispy Gameplay of Clan Gameplay. Hello, guys. Yes, hi. That's me, Crispy Gameplay on all social media. I'm a Twitch partner and variety streamer. I don't do a lot of D&D, but I've been applied to a few things to be on some long-form shows, so we'll see if that ever pans out. But I'm happy to be here with pals and absolutely fuck up their campaign.
Oh my god.
I'm also very excited for that.
First note of the session is Gauntlet has been thrown.
Here to ruin it.
Do I pick it up?
No.
Maybe.
First note.
I make a sleight of hand check to pick
Right
up the
now.
gauntlet.
Everybody roll initiative.
I like to make a sleight of hand check to pick up the gauntlet because I want to pick up the gauntlet, but I don't want him to know that I've picked up the gauntlet.
Okay, Faustus. Speaking of Faustus, I'm gonna do a very, very
That's a
quick recap of the past
Of only
2 or
what Faustus did.
yes, but all
Yes.
exclusively from Lilith's perspective.
Just about yes.
A recap from Faustus's perspective.
No.
I
So the
know.
past couple of episodes, our adventuring party, normally bound to the Seahawk, who just sort of been sailing around looking for these, they don't really have names, but these fragments of elemental power that have sprung up across Faerun and they're threatening sort of the stability of the material plane at the moment. The longer that they're out there, the more danger that they cause as they actively pull on the natural forces, and weird shit's starting to happen. So our party's been sailing around looking for those, and they have found quite a few and managed to contain them as they grow together as people. And the next leg of that quest has taken them off of the high seas for the very moment and on to the mainland. So our party has continued into Rydell, doing a favor for their dear friend Ripley, who is a very awkward, anxious, beefy half-orc that they picked up at the very beginning of the adventure. They stopped by Rakad, which is the largest free city in Rydell, or it was anyway. It is run by a majority orc population, as it is sort of a ancestral capital of the main, like, I would say central culture of the orcs that belong to Faerun. But it is a very diverse city. It's just that the sort of ruling party and those closer to those folks tend to be more of orc or half-orc blood. So our party made their way to the city to go in and do sort of a welfare check, so to speak, on Ripley's younger brother, John. She hadn't heard from him in a while, ever since she'd left home, and she was starting to get nervous, especially after she had received a letter from him that was starting to worry her. So the party went in, and they found quite a bit of Ripley's family history, including her parentage. They learned that her mom was a celestial, and that she is half orc, half celestial. And so that sort of bloodline began to unlock in her and her brother. And her stepbrother, feeling a bit left out, had some secrets of his own. After dealing with sort of the fallout of the family drama and wanting to help their friend, they did manage to break John out. And they found out that there was one of the stones that they were looking for in this compound in the basement. and that it had been used to sort of beef up some soldiers, but also help out some of the general people and population, make the crops healthier, that sort of thing. But knowing the danger of the stone, the party decided to go and grab it and put it away for safekeeping. So, Renori led the charge alongside Faustus with our sneakiest of NPCs to go down into the basement and grab it. Moving swiftly past soldiers, she managed to grab that piece of the stone and bamf out of there, and back to a small fishing village that is a part of the city, technically incorporated in the city lines, but far away, a few miles away. So, we sort of reunite with our party after... Actually, no, we don't quite yet. ADHD. After Renori grabbed the stone and returned back to the village, an explosion was heard in the distance. And as the party, who'd only really been together for, I would say, about 5 to 10 minutes, looked out on the horizon, they saw the city of Rakad being consumed by a mass of plants, what they assumed to be a side effect of removing the stone. Panicking because Ripley was still in there, they ran on foot all 5 miles back to the city to go and, because no one really gave alternate transportation. They ran all 5 miles.
5K.
Yeah. No biggie. They ran back to the city.
For the record, Renori dimension doored her and Raven the last 500 feet, so...
Yeah, I'm gonna let you know that's only a quarter of a mile, though.
I know!
Okay, some of us ran 4.75K.
It matters. It matters.
3.2... 5K is 3.2 miles? Okay. Alright. I don't...
No,
numbers.
I'm just saying before anyone's like, that's not 5 miles.
Oh.
That's 3.2 miles.
Thank you. We don't do numbers here.
Math
So-
is illegal.
This is true. As the party sort of came to a halting stop in the front doors of the Citadel, at the very back of the city where Ripley and her family lived and governed, the ruins were devastating. Bodies strewn about, potholes and sinkholes opening in the earth, plants just fighting to consume whatever open air that they could. The city was unrecognizable. And the party managed to break their way into the Citadel, which looked nothing like how they'd left it. All of the natural light had been completely blocked by entangled masses of plants. And they found Brock, Ripley's stepbrother, adopted brother, who had been possessed, essentially, by a parasitic plant. And he was currently attacking Ripley. So the party intervened, and they managed to remove the plant mass from him without killing him, although it had done quite a number on him and his health. So Raven took him back to the village to go and recover, and the rest of the party went after Ripley and her father. They managed to... Her father, who is a absolute unit of a man, beefcake of a man,
Who is often shirtless.
And a dilf.
always shirtless, very much a dilf. They managed to help him, and the entire party managed to escape more or less unscathed. Some of us tripped and fell onto a plant and got impaled, but we won't talk about that.
And some other people also hit some other people with the radius of their spells. So
It's fine. You know, oopsie daisies happen.
and then that person left in the middle of the night. So
This is true. Our party returned and exhausted after the last few days' events sort of came back to rust. And Tide, who was our water genasi druid, he'd been experiencing some dreams. And they were really starting to pull on him. And genasi are a nomadic people by trade. And that call became too loud to ignore. And looking at the friends he'd made, he decided that his other family needed him more at the moment, and that the party could take care of themselves. And so he slipped out in the middle of the night and vanish with yet a trace. And the party has sort of been picking up the pieces of his vanishing. So, we rise now on the evening of sort of the day after Tide's disappearance, after all of this has incurred, the late evening. So some time has passed since the end of last session.
Does that... I have a question.
Yes.
So Raven started asking her two companions here for some wizard shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? I was wondering if that could have been started in this little break, I guess.
Yeah,
And,
sure.
like,
I don't see why
how-
not.
Cool.
So, Raven, go ahead and do me an intelligence check, and then hold on to the number. Don't tell me just yet, as I finish setting the scene. But go ahead and do me an intelligence check. So, oh boy. So we rise on the evening. An exhausting day led to an exhausting previous day led to an emotionally draining following day. You are surrounded by the thousands of people who have fled the city. By evening's break, quite a few have decided, with their families intact, to take their covered wagons and begin pushing onward, having nothing left for them here in the city. There are other large cities, and as most of the folk here are merchants, they are deciding to try their luck out on the open plains. Quite a few don't necessarily know where to go. You see people sort of clinging to each other, meeting for the very first time, maybe reuniting after a long time apart. And you see large groups of people who just sort of gather on the outskirts of the village and sit in the grass and turn and just watch the rubble of the city on the very horizon sort of set up against the mountains. It's been a weird day, an emotional day. And we sort of come back to you all as dinner is being prepared. So this village, unnamed since it is a part of the city, this village is comprised of a cluster of small houses, usually 1 to 2 rooms, made of this sort of like a clay material that naturally is reflective, almost like fish scales, with matching similar cobblestones laid into the earth here and there. Everything is sort of set up around like a central sort of area, like a meeting communal area, with these large cast iron pots where the food is prepared. It runs directly along to the shore, and the water sort of reflects iridescent back at you, even as the sun begins to sort of dip low over the water. A cool breeze sort of forcefully rustles some of the trees and the grasses and plants here and there, but for the most part, it is calm. Whoops. So, with that being said, our party is... I'll let you tell me where you are. But Raven first. Raven, what was that intelligence check?
And that 20 for a 24.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll come back to you later, because I want you to tell me how you're going about this, and if you're going about this with everyone, so we'll come back to you in a second. But the party, you have sort of found yourself in the house for the evening. Iselda, the sort of tall, stocky isn't the right word, but hefty, orc woman, the fisherwoman, who had graciously given you essentially her abode to share with her, while you were conducting your business here. She's been in and out all day. So true.
Sorry.
You've just sort of seen her curly, her afro sort of bouncing in and out as she passes through the house. Every so often, if she sees you, she catches your eye and gives you a radiant smile, but she's in her natural habitat, sleeves rolled, sweating, and bringing in the catch as much as she can. Amanda.
That's me.
You... Sort of switching back to a couple days ago. You were here on business, as you often are. not necessarily a drifter, but definitely accustomed to travel. Rakad is a lovely place. Very busy. Industrial, but not in the sort of metal and grime sense, but it's very much a productive city. People are making and exporting, and there's always a thrum and undercurrent of potential, of things to be acquired. And that's like perfect for you. The taverns are bustling, good ale has been flowing. Been a pretty nice few days. Until the entire city began to collapse. It was unbridled chaos, would probably be the best way to put it. One minute you're minding your business, the next the earth is opening up and a maw of swirling roots is trying to pull you in and tear you apart like fish food. You were present in the rush of people exiting the city, saw the general panic, and you were able to make your way among the crowd out into this village along everybody else. So everyone sort of set up tents, covered wagons. There are new houses being built. They look more temporary, but people are coming together to spare lumber and clay and materials to just sort of get shelter over everyone. And you were given a tent. So you have your own tent to yourself at the edge of the sort of temporary throes of this village. It's pretty spacious. Smells kind of like a little earthy, but in like an herbal way. You have a lantern, bedroll, and you're sort of just among this gentle high grass, probably a little ways away from everybody, and you can smell food drifting on the air and hear the chatter of people beginning to make their way to the center of the village to grab whatever's in the pots. I'm gonna start with you before I go out over to everybody else. So do you want to describe your character for us?
Yes, I would love to. Amander is a full-blooded elf. He has a very, very fancy but worn brown captain's hat with a long white plume of some kind of bird's feather coming out of his hair, out of the hat. He has about shoulder length, flowing kind of very, very straight white hair. And he has a doublet that is, everything on him is very fancy but worn, like as to promote kind of status, but working hard, not someone who actually gets in the field and does things, as opposed to someone who sits in a fancy high tower. He has a pauldron that is silver on one shoulder. And then on the other side, it's almost like a like you would see in like a Napoleonic. I don't know what the word for the item is, but it's like a chaff top
would
with
be
like rose pills.
And
what is that called?
Oh God, I know it. Hold on. Keep going.
Epaulette?
Epaulette.
An epaulette, right?
Yeah.
Is it an epaulette?
Epaulette.
Okay, yeah, an epaulette. That is like kind of tattered at this point, but is still striking. He has a kind of a pouch attached to his doublet, and a blade, a dagger, a very ornate dagger that is sheathed on his back. On his left side, he has a rapier that is inlaid with gold and white, like almost ivory, it looks like, and a bow kind of strung across his back. He has kind of these striped pants and boots that would suggest that he's of kind of like a merchant class, and it doesn't quite fit the rest of his upper body, kind of fancier stuff. And yeah, that's Amander.
Okay.
His ears poke slightly out from the white hair, and he has an aura of mischief to him.
Nice. It was epaulette. I almost said epithet, but that's poetry.
Oh,
so
okay. Okay.
He just has an English term.
Yeah, just embroidered on the shoulder.
Yeah.
He has like an actual epithet, like just embroidered on his shoulder.
Oh, good net. No, that's
Oh, God.
What, bro? No, that's not.
It's D&D,
I would
isn't it?
call I believe.
Lovely day, isn't it?
Oh God, no.
No.
Amanda, you catch a whiff
Oh, an
of
interesting roleplay decision.
no.
So interesting.
You're so talented. Yay.
Amanda, you catch a
You're here
whiff of
next week,
something.
too.
You catch a whiff of something savory on the air. A tang of spice. And it's just sort of
Ayo?
been okay. It's been drifting. It's been drifting your way for the last few minutes, and you've heard sort of like the clinking and clanging of utensils against like the pot. You've heard people sort of rustling about and offering their hands to help prepare meals because there's like quadruple the amount of people that would normally be here. But you are hearing the crowd sort of just move in these mass waves and come back, and the smell of food is starting to grow stronger. What are you up to?
Currently, I'm looking over some parchment and kind of muttering to myself, well, there goes another business venture. Quite the development. Well, that does smell quite good. Well, maybe I should get some food. He kind of mutters to himself as he puts down the parchment and leaves the tent towards whatever smells so delicious.
Okay, so as you duck out of this tent, and you're able to start just maneuvering your way through and over and around people's encampments that they've made. A lot of people will set up like a central fire, and then they orient their wagons around it to make sure that the people in them are keeping warm. And then there are other few individual tents or wagons like yours sort of around the outskirts. As you make your way through, you catch people with wooden bowls, and you see it's filled with like sort of a seafood stew. Something, it has like a pale orange tinge to it, and you can smell like the way that a strong spice will just sort of like a curry almost will just like take up the air. It's like you're catching that's what it is. And you're able to sort of drift behind as people are making their way out into the central communal eating area. There are 3 large cast iron pots over wood burning flame that are just continually being stoked, and you see all manner of, and you can kind of tell who the residents of this village are because they're wearing like these heavy, not rubber, but a sort of like silicone material like overall, and heavy boots, or they're barefoot and they're in like very loose working clothes, like, while as everyone from the city is more dressed up, and they are happily serving out bowls and offering up seconds. There's plenty of food to go around. People are just sort of sidling up to the pots.
Okay, I'm gonna approach and get a portion for myself, and I'm gonna take a spoon that's made out of like a bone, like a whalebone or something, and use that to kind of eat, and I will find kind of a place to rest, cross my legs, and kind of take in what's going on. Look around.
There's a very charred tree a little ways off from the village. It looks like, looking at it, it's really strange. It's very localized. It could have been struck by lightning, but the tree itself isn't damaged. It's just been thoroughly burned in the area around it, but in a very tight radius. But no one's really over there, and it gives you a good place to sit and a good vantage point to watch. We'll come back to you in a sec. Actually, no, before we do, because the tradition here, the food is bussin', and we talk about the food. You take a seat beneath the tree, and it's like this sort of, like a creamy, like, broth, in this stew.
Nice.
Has a light tinge of, like a cheese to it, but there's a kick that follows after. I'm ignoring you. There are very tender pieces of, like, fish that's been filleted and prepared, as well as some, like, chunks of vegetable, and it is good. It's been a while since you've had a hot meal that wasn't, like, tavern slop. And this has a lot of homemade love to it. And you sort of post up underneath the tree, and it gives you a really great vantage point as the breeze sort of hits you off the ocean and you catch a whiff of salt. Coming back to you in a second, going over to Raven, Faustus, and Renori. So, evening has fallen. You can tell me where you are in a second, but Iselda has, at this point, before everybody started eating outside, Iselda came in with a small pot of her own, full of the same stew, and she set it down on the table. And she just sort of left a little bit of bread, and she's, in her usual hurried manner, just, y'all eat up, as much as you want. If you want seconds, just go out there, tell them you didn't have any. It's fine. They won't know. There's plenty to go around anyway. If you need anything else, at this point, just rummage through the cabinets. I think I have maybe some, like, honey and things up in there. So if that is your fancy, go for it. And I'll just be running around outside. If you need me, grab me or someone else and then tell them to look for me, and you'll find me eventually. Gotta go. And she kind of like bumps the door open with her hip, but before she leaves, she just gives you a little like finger wave, and then she's out. What are y'all up to?
Well, the Nat 20 thing.
Do you want to tell me what you're doing with your wizard stuff before I tell you what that means?
Renori would be... My answer is based on if Raven wants to be working with Renori or Faustus right now for spellbook learning. So
I think I'm gonna ask Renori first. Are you trying to pose yourself? But that's because I have a specific thing I have in mind for. Wow. Okay. Oh man, how am I supposed to choose now? Oh no, Jake unbuttoned a single button. What shall I do with the clavicle? It's very Regency. Fuck, I don't know.
Ring light.
Okay, so Liz, I have a question too. Do we have like 4 hours right now? Because depending on how much time we have too will affect like what kind of spell I could even teach her. Because each level of spell is 2 hours, so one first level spell would be 4 hours.
Assuming, because you ended last session on this conversation, assuming you started practicing at the end of last session, yes, 4 hours has passed.
Okay, so you will have learned one first level wizard spell, then. I can tell you what you can pick from.
You already gave me a picture of Renori's cantrips and first level spells, so I already have that.
So, Raven, then, going off of that intelligence check, so that was just to see how you were picking up from Renori. And as she begins to explain, it's strange to you, right? Because you, with your pact...
I had the Pact of the Tome too. So
you are used to books of power. But it's different writing that magic into power in the first place.
Yeah.
It's a lot different. It's not there's no sort of undercurrent of energy to sort of scoop up and put into your magic, or a tome with pre-written words beyond mortal comprehension that you have the ability to comprehend. It's quite literally copying these words of power and symbols and very intense, precise ritualistic practices and ingredients down onto the page and then enacting them. And it's a little odd at first, a little slow, and Renori's starting to give you the basics, but you do pick up on what she's talking about and you figure out a way to make it work for you. So yes, you do get your first level spell. Okay, what are you up to, Raven specifically?
I think that I'll learn False Life from Renori's spell list. I'm editing my character sheet as we speak. It feels so good to have anything.
A spell.
Hello? Did that not translate? Oh, I didn't hit. Okay. I see what I did wrong. And then yeah, so I guess that Raven is sort of like rapt at attention to like what Renori's saying. Faustus, if you want to be like just chilling there, also just like, yeah, cool. Let's talk about magic stuff.
Definitely, Faustus is probably hanging out. If you guys are like doing magic shit and writing stuff down, he's probably hanging out.
Yeah. She has like a little quill and like her inks at the ready. She was like a very good student from the schooling she got from the evil elf cult. That she was a part of.
Crispy's
and-
face is really great.
Yep. That she was kidnapped into. And yeah, she's just like, I think that she's just like getting it down real easy, I
Okay.
guess. And she's just really excited because she did actually like learning a lot. And so she's like an enthusiastic sort of student in that way.
Renori. So as you've gotten Raven to get a spell, which is great. She's not a particularly difficult student, but it is sort of new for you, and you're sharing, which is great. The spell book has opened. I don't know if it is open, but it has opened. You know.
Yeah.
How are you going about teaching her?
Well, first of all, Renori would be very enthusiastic about it because she has always wanted to be a teacher, but has kind of not explored that at all because of other personal interests that were more important. But she would fine-tune her teaching method to how she was seeing Raven learn the best. So if that was more hands-on, if that was more verbal or demonstrations or whatever, or if it's a mix of everything, Renori would be focusing in on specifically how her methods would help Raven the most.
Okay.
Instead of trying to fit Raven into a mold of how she likes to teach.
Okay. As you're going through your spells, the three of you, where would you like to be seated? At the front of the house or in the spare room? First of all.
Front of the house?
Yeah, Iselda's put the food in the front, but I'm giving you the choice.
I'd say front of the... I thought
On
that's
the couch?
where we last were, yeah. So.
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to see if you stayed there. So, as you're sort of working through and you've formed this little working space, and Raven, you're able to start practicing the beginnings of like bringing a spell together without unleashing something to its full extent and using up your energy for the day, but practicing how to draw the spells forth from the text rather than yourself. And Faustus sort of keeping an eye and watching with interest. So Tessa makes her way past. And she's not like necessarily dressed to go anywhere, like she's in her normal attire, lacking her cloak, and she sort of passes by. They seem like they could use a bit of help and idle hands, and also I'll just be outside if you need me.
Okay.
And she sort of just okay, and sort of scuttles outside of the house.
Have fun!
I'll try. It is the most lively you've seen her in the past few days. She makes her way out. Amanda, roll me a perception check.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. 16.
Okay. So you're sort of under this tree. The stew is fantastic. And just sort of taking it, it's one of those really nice nights. And even though you're down by the water, there's like no bugs. Like, you're just vibing outside. And as you're sort of watching the crowd in the thoroughfare, and now everyone's starting to sort of thin out in the central area as they all find places to eat, the kids who have eaten or maybe haven't are running around chasing each other with sticks and like just all the things kids do. You see some of the adults who are living here for the time being going out to help the actual fishers go and bring in the last bits of the catch. It seems like night fishing isn't done with the nets here, so they're sort of dragging all that back up and separating that. And it's just sort of fascinating to watch how things are unfolding. You notice at a house pretty close to where you are, sort of on the end of this cluster, as a half-elf woman slips out. She has very dark skin that sort of just catches the light from the night sky and the fire very beautifully. Thick, curled, like coiled dark hair that she sort of pulled up into like a poof on the top of her head with a few errant curls that slip by. She's dressed all in blue, in very light, simple clothing that seems good for movement. Crop top, because we are doing this for the gays. And she sort of slips out of this house and looks around. And you see her go up to one of the communal pots and just like sort of help. There's this little orc boy whose tusks are too big for his face, and he's like trying to stand up tall enough so he can serve himself, and he won't let anybody else like pour him a bowl. And she walks up and she says something to him, and you watch her like actually fill the bowl for him, and he lets her, and she gives him the little bowl and he runs off with it, trying not to spill it. And after a few moments, she just sort of goes around the outside of the house and leans, and like you, just begins watching as people are passing. She catches your attention. She's maybe 30 feet. She's not right next to you, but she's close enough for you to notice.
I'm gonna do the thing that never happens in real life, but always in TV shows, where I will stand up and continue to eat my soup and kind of saunter over and kind of lean next to her and be like, just kind of, not like whisper, but say very quietly, quite a tragedy, isn't it?
I'm gonna do this in real life, just so you can't say no one's ever done it in real life.
No one's ever done this in real life and not immediately creeped out the person next to them. Like, this is strictly a fantasy movie thing. Like, this is...
That's true.
It is so
Not that
true.
it's never happened. It's just that it always ends negatively.
You for a minute?
The only, like, Hugh Grant did it once, and then it was just over, you know?
Yeah.
So...
Fair. I retract my threat.
It's like the less tame locker slam of the anime world.
Oh
like...
my god.
Oh my god.
For all my weebs out there. Anyways, story.
Yes, you don't cab it on her. You go up to her. You sort of just lean back against the wall, and it's sort of cool, even through your jacket. She kind of makes like her face kind of pinches a little bit, not just like in confusion. And she's just, yeah, I would say so. You know.
And he turns his head and kind of does like this, like half look at her while he's still sipping soup.
Oh my
And,
god.
He starts to giggle to himself. My. Tessa. Never did I think I would see the Princess Tessa. Well, the Princess of Nothing now. Very unfortunate. Somewhere so far away from her home.
I apologize. Have we met?
You wouldn't know me, but my name is Amanda. Amanda Nesta Arrington Marius Yargrove. But I know you. Of course I would. Being from Al-Hisari myself.
You see her eyes widen. And if she wasn't black, the color would drain from her skin.
Crying.
And she just sort of stares at you for a flabbergasted moment. She goes, Oh, the people have perished. I'm not entirely certain.
No, my dear. You mistake. There are quite a few of us around if you look in the right places. I apologize for coming off so strong. I, of course, like I said, am Amanda. I am a merchant, smuggler. Well, any winks. Really anything you want me to be for the right price. I did a lot of merchant work in Altasari, and I know who you are, but I doubt you know who I am. But it's a pleasure.
A pleasure indeed. You are interesting company. And she offers her hand to shake.
And he shakes it and kind of bends down a little bit and kisses her fingers very gently.
A bit of a flustered expression passes over her face before she like schools herself.
Question real quick.
Yeah.
Pronouns for Tessa?
She, her.
Okay.
She sort of, after a moment of like visibly collecting herself, which is really great ego boost for you. Sorry, just a bit caught off guard. But it's always a pleasure to meet anyone else who survived, I suppose. I hope you didn't have the misfortune of being in the city when it fell.
Quite a coincidence that. I was moving cargo out of the city, and I just happened to not be there, to be quite frank. When I returned, nothing but ash, and, well, a lot less business, unfortunately. Quite the tragedy.
She looks at you very deeply for a moment, and it is uncomfortable. Not in the sense of a weird stare, but she sees you. And sort of cutting through the air that you have, just directly, Amanda, I am so sorry that you've lost your home.
Yes. Well, as many things go, you must move forward your life. With your life. And I left, and, here we are today. One business venture leads to another. People always need smuggling, dear. And, well, I'm honored to be in your presence. If there's anything I could do to be of service to you, please, Princess. I am your foe.
Well, I was just on my way to perhaps see if there was anyone I could help out in the village. Quite a few people down on their luck, unfortunately. Not every day a natural disaster sort of consumes the city, but these people are resilient, and just helping them is in any way I can, I suppose. I don't know that I need anything smuggled, but should anything arise, I definitely know who to call.
Please, anything really. I can help you just walk around and whatever you must. Again, it is my honor.
Well then, Amanda, it's a pleasure to keep your company. Follow me?
Likewise. And then he kind of just puts the bowl down somewhere randomly, tucks the spoon in his pocket, and puts his hand on his rapier and just kind of acts like almost like a home guard or something like that.
Okay.
As he, walks beside them.
So, she makes her way sort of past people, and there are a few people who give her, like, nods and smiles, and, you, of course, knowing who she is, but you see the regalness in the way that she carries herself, not necessarily, almost in the way of your dress, right? Stately, but worn. That she is definitely of the people and does not consider herself above them, but you can tell that she's someone who has held court before. And she walks up to the water's edge, and she's wearing what I would call an updated Jasmine outfit. I think would be the best way to describe it. She's got harem pants and a crop top going on. And she sort of just pulls the pant, like she's got like the boots, the pants tucked in the boots, but she's pulled
Boots and pants and boots and pants.
and boots and pants and boots and pants.
Boots and pants.
So she
And pants and boots.
nice. She pulls the boots off kind of by the water's edge and rolls up the pants ever so slightly, and then just makes her way into the water. She goes, "Oh, you don't have to follow. I'm just gonna help them kind of secure a little bit more catch. Just one moment. I'll probably need your help bringing it out." And she, yeah, we'll do this. She extends her hands, and Amanda, for a moment, your breath is stolen from you. She's standing in the water, and the moon is hanging sort of low and framing her perfectly centered. And the glow sort of like lights against her shoulders. And you see she has these like deep blue tattoos that you recognize. They are of cultural significance to the people of Alhusaria, though what does that mean anymore? And as she sort of extends her hands and begins moving in this sort of like, almost like Tai Chi, the tattoos begin to glow. And faint particulates of light sort of just pass off of them and then into the water in front of her. And you see as the water begins to shift and move to her will. And she starts murmuring something in a language you don't understand. Leans down and sort of just like brushes her hands over the surface of the water, and it ripples in response. And she stands up, brushes off her hands, and she turns back to you, and as she's just standing before the moon, her eyes reflect, almost like an animal in light, the way that their eyes reflect, just pure silver for a moment. And she smiles at you. Right. I'm gonna get a net. I hope you're good with your hands. And sort of gets herself ready.
He kind of laughs and such power. Wonderful. And he just goes right into it without hesitation. In fact, I'm going to summon my mage hand to also... what is it, 10 pounds that a mage
yeah,
hand
it's
can
10
hold?
pounds.
It's not that much, yeah. But for any... It's like extra. It's very eccentric for no reason. Like, there's no reason to summon my mage hand there, but it's just the extra hand is just helping me with the...
Faustus
Nice.
would disagree.
It's there for balance. It's there for balance. The mage hand's just like on the side of the thing.
Mage hand.
She comes
Like
up
that one guy
out of the
shows up
water.
to help you move.
Oh god.
Exactly.
They're really there for the pizza and beer.
Also,
This is true.
I'm like sitting here and I'm like, do we just leave? And it's just Crispy and Liz with this back and forth. I'm like, I feel like I'm intruding on something.
Well,
Well, you got... Well,
she like sort of exits the water, and there are a bundle of nets that have been freshly detangled. Some of them still wet, some of them haven't used for the day. And she just sort of gathers one of them, and she tosses you one end of it. Are you catching it with your hand, the mage hand?
probably in this instance, my hands. But
Okay.
The mage hand is doing something to make it look like it's
You know, roll me
participating.
a dexterity check, just to check.
Okay, just to check.
Mhm.
12.
Okay, so you catch the net, and as she sort of makes her way back into the water, and you move a little bit closer so that the net has the range that it needs. Your mage hand is sort of like you can see fish just sort of clustering in this one area where she waved her hands over, like not violently, but just hanging out. And if you wanted to, you could attempt to grab a fish.
I will attempt to grab a fish.
Okay.
Actually, I will draw my rapier and try to skewer a fish.
Okay, roll to hit.
Dear God, you should.
Can I hit a fish in the water?
We'll see.
We'll see.
The best part is Crispy in real life would do this.
Yeah. Math.
I always
15.
forget that
15.
crispy fishes.
Fly fishes.
I do.
Damn,
But
you
I
can
catch
fly
them.
and
I
fish at
do.
the same time?
I do.
We do not hurt fish.
Nice.
We put them back.
You are able
Once in a
to
while.
sort of watching the fish sort of, they're like taking almost like a lazy figure eight, like almost she's like shifted the current in this space, and that's their navigation, so they're just vibing, and
Mhm.
you're able to time it and skewer one, and you just have a fish.
I kind of have it on the rapier, and I kind of, without looking,
Mhm.
you're gonna make me roll for this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Without looking, I'm gonna assume there's like some kind of barrel or like holding.
Yeah,
container here.
there are
I'm gonna
troughs.
flip it like without looking and try to try.
We're set
Yep.
up in the
Try to
office
get-
today for lunch.
Dexterity
Yeah.
check.
Dex. What dice do? Let's go do the dragon bone dice. 17.
Okay,
God.
so the fish is sort of at the end of your blade, and as Tessa sort of looks back at you, having watched you skewer the fish, you just sort of smirk and flick the blade, which has a natural sort of bend to it because of the material. And sure enough, you're just boom, and the fish flies off and lands neatly on the top of the trough. I can't say I'm not impressed.
Well, when you spend as many years at sea as I have, you learn a few fun tricks, party tricks.
To your sailor. She's like gathering the nets.
Well, merchant, sailor, captain, smuggler. Again, whatever the
Motherfucker.
wind brings.
I have a few friends that share that sentiment actually, and she pulls the net fully onto land, and she's able to sort of secure it. It's like a I've only used a net once in my life, and it was the worst experience ever. So this is what I like to imagine how nets work, because this makes sense to me. So the net has like a drawstring that runs through it almost. So as she,
I was gonna say I know exactly what kind of net you're talking about. Like a weighted. It's the weighted bottom. That
Yeah.
has the yeah.
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 okay, so that.
I mean, still describe it
Weighted.
obviously for everybody else, but like.
So it has these weights that they look like they're made of a very heavy stone or some sort of like raw ingot along the bottom rope of it, so it kind of keeps it anchored in the water, and so it takes a lot of heft to pull in, and it sort of gives credit to the physique of most of the fishers that are working out here. And as she pulls the fish sort of into it in curves, she's able to pull a drawstring, and the net kind of like a nice little pouch just sort of comes together, and she wraps the string around and then hefts it over her shoulder, because that was a natural 20 strength check, and I love her, and sort of hefts the net and starts making her way back up onto the shore. She goes,
Okay, Krista.
okay, kind of heavy, wouldn't mind a hand.
No, this is not in character. This is just laughing because I have a -1 in strength. So I go. Hold on.
You can roll a strength check with advantage, because she will be helping you carry.
True, but there's.
You don't have to
always a
take the
fun-
advantage if you
no,
don't want
no,
it.
I know, but there's always fun ways to do things. Okay, I do have luck points too. All right, yeah, I'll do strength check. with
Amanda has the
advantage.
luck feat. I'm gonna write that down.
Amanda does have the luck feat.
This entire session is
Um,
just going to be Kristen and Sarah at the top of their heads as they furiously take notes.
Okay. I'll take it. It's a 10.
Okay.
It's average. I'll take it.
So she.
Oh wait, advantage. Hold on, sorry.
Yes, advantage.
10, still 10. Oh, I also
Okay.
have reliable talent too, so it's always going to be a 10 no matter what.
Yay!
Gotta love reliable
Rogue.
talent.
Squeak through at the bar. You found the bar, and you stayed there.
I love rogues. You guys should know this. I play a lot of rogues.
I played a rogue for the first time the other day, and it was really
Oh,
fun.
they're so broken. Anyways,
they
go ahead.
really are.
Satisfying.
So
Griffin. Oh, I
She
could
sort
not
of-
keep that inside my brain.
she sort of like, with the net hefted on her shoulder, sort of lets it slide and you can see the weight of this. Like, this net is full. And so she kind of holds it out so that she can grab some of the ropes on one side and you on the other, and you can kind of carry it between you. It's heavy. As soon as you get your hand on the ropes, you can feel just the constant strain on, like, your elbow and, like, your shoulder. But you can also tell she's carrying a lot of the weight, and so that's, like,
Yeah.
you're able to sort of more awkwardly shuffle than walk, but you can, you hold it. You keep it in your hand. And she starts bringing it along the outside of the village, past one of the houses, just kind of, there's a trough, a separate one that's less full than the one that you were just flung the fish into, and so you start walking it over there, and we'll come back to you in a second. Renori, okay, Renori, Raven, Renori,
Exclamation
Raven,
point, piss out. Alright, anyway.
Thank you for hitting the piss count as you said it. It was really great. It felt like a self high five.
Piss count. Yes.
Renori, Raven, Faustus, within the house. So it's evening, you have the food to yourself. What are you up to? You've successfully taught a spell. You can continue to do that if you wish. But it is starting to get late and the food is starting to cool.
Yeah, I think that towards, like, the end, Raven is like, I am now getting hungry, and that is a distraction. So she'll probably have gotten up and gotten some food for herself, and, like, in that had been like, are we all gonna eat something?
Sorry, I saw Sylvie, but you can only see him in Discord. Well, not anymore, but anyway. I'm sorry, I'm a simple woman. I love a bunny.
That's so true.
Oh, fair.
Okay. Renori? What would Renori be doing? After she was done teaching, she probably would have been snacking while teaching a little bit, so she wouldn't need to eat necessarily. And this
Faustus
is honest.
would have definitely helped out with Mage Hand as you guys were doing studying. He would
Oh
have just
my
been sort
God.
of lounging, and you guys look up and start to get up, and he just like picks up bread and just like ferries it across to you,
Amazing.
like the study buddy who already finished his homework. He's just,
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
just snacks.
Keeping your
Whenever-
morale going.
Whenever that happens and and Raven's at the receiving end of that, if Faustus is close enough, she'll just sort of like boop his nose as a thank you every single time, and then like go on.
I love that. Sweet.
Just silently.
Oh look, oh my God, Faustus managed.
Faustus's Mage Hand made it to me, by the way.
I rolled a sleight of hand check so high.
You sleight of handed out of the dungeon.
Pocketed
It's
bread into Don's
cross-continent.
pocket.
Oh,
I
Cross
took that
continent.
perk from Fallout where you can reverse pickpocket grenades.
Man,
So-
that telekinetic feat is just like makes a mage hand
Wild.
crazy.
Not this. We're not starting this.
If
So
Boomstick,
as
hey, DM, if Boomstick made a grenade, could I sleight of hand it into a monster and then it would explode?
before we talk about more terrifying things, so
Right.
you in various manner you begin to eat, right? And on the smell of this, not cold but warm, not quite hot anymore, but just starting to approach being warm. The stew, the smell has entirely filled the house, and it's amazing. And there, like you kind of catch the slight tinge of like the salt outside and everything on the wind because of the way the house is built, but for the most part, it's just the food. And you hear the room to the door to the spare room open, and Ripley just sort of shuffles out. She's still in her PJs. She looks a lot better, much more awake. And
Considering it's like 7 p.m.
right, like yeah, no, she slept. That was one of those 4-hour naps that you wake up and like you don't remember what year it is, you know. So she shuffles into the front of the house, and you see she's got on, you know, those like stuffed animal backpacks.
Yes.
Yeah, like she has one of
Yes.
those, and she's only wearing one of the straps, and it's like a large teddy bear with a red bow around the neck. and she's just got
Did
it kind of
you
on one
always
shoulder.
have that?
Oh, Darren? Yeah. And she kind of like shrugs the shoulder off and holds him up. And he's just got two round, shiny eyes that look like they were hand sewn and a little soft, worn nose. The red bow looks a little bit faded, but it's still really sweet satin and it's bright. She just kind of holds him up and moves the arms to give you a little wave. Yeah, I've had him since I was a kid.
That's adorable.
Backpack named Darren?
Yeah, well, he's not really a backpack. When I was younger...
No, that was me asking you.
Oh, yeah. It's not really a backpack, though. It would be like one of those ones that's like really cute and then it's only like a coin purse that can hold like a thought and nothing else, you know? It's like one of those. Like, there's no storage capacity on this guy.
That's obnoxiously cute.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's a little guy.
Have I just not noticed on the Seahawk that you have this
Normally,
companion?
Normally he looks like this and sort of tosses the bear into the air and there's like a gentle flash and then her warhammer falls into her hands.
Oh my god.
So yeah, I wouldn't blame you for not knowing what it looks like. I kind of don't show people because they make fun of me, but you guys are cool. So
you
That
murder
is the most
people with
amazing thing I've
Darren.
ever seen.
yeah, well, when I turned like 16, my dad was like, you know, you're all grown up now. You should have like a real weapon. And I was like, yeah, sure. And so he talked to some guys and they talked to some other guys and then they made this and Killigan kind of went like, wah! And now I have a bear that's a hammer.
Oh, Darren has blood on his hands.
Yes, he does. He's very vicious.
Got it. Hey, DM, where's Casper?
That's a good question. I forgot he existed for a second.
I'm a multifaceted person, everybody.
Casper is probably leaned a little bit closer to Faustus. They're not quite sitting, but Casper and John have been having, I would say, like, probably a hushed conversation, just leaning up against the wall, in this space. So he's here.
Casper, that's cooler than the short sword you gave me, I can't lie.
Yeah, I would think a teddy bear that turns into a giant fucking hammer is cooler than, like, the sword I got when I was little.
Yeah,
I'm not
no, the sword you
disagreeing
gave
with
me
you.
was lame.
Okay, Raven. Well, it's less lame when you
Well,
stab people with it.
On that note, Captain Cutie, you want to take a walk?
Sure.
Captain Cutie, could someone explain this?
His eyebrows
That's
go
what
up.
Renori called him in the very first episode of Stormborn's Curse. It made him blush, and so Renori decided to call him that for the rest of her life.
And now they're dating.
Long-term sexual
This is
and
okay.
This is the boyfriend.
This is
yes.
the boyfriend.
This is the boyfriend.
Captain,
yes.
how dare you minimize him just to Renori's boyfriend?
I'm sorry. He's Captain Boyfriend.
Yeah.
Captain Renori's boyfriend, Mr. Captain Renori's boyfriend.
Yes.
To you.
He sort of raises his eyebrows a little bit, and gives John a pat on the shoulder, and then makes his way over. Just opens the door like after you, I guess.
Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do.
And he shuts the door. So Raven and Faustus here are left alone, but we're gonna follow them out. So the night air is cool. There's a crisp breeze coming off of the sea.
Crispy?
Okay. Well, see, guys, it's been fun. I'm canceling Stormborn's Curse. It's over.
That joke was too intense.
We made it to 32 episodes. I feel like that's a good
And-
place.
I really do believe that the one thing that broke Liz was like a really just ill-timed pun.
Yeah. That's the one.
That's all it took.
Yeah.
That's all. It's
Oh, just wait.
the straw that broke the camel's back, if you will.
Me, Crispy.
Sigh. A gentle breeze, because I can't use certain adjectives anymore. Sort
Like
of rolls
warm.
off of the water, and so it's a lot cooler. It's a lot cooler out here than it is usually, but it's nice. It's nice, and the light of the moon sort of casts a protective eye over the village. Casper just kind of stops because he's not really like, are you walking, or is this like one of those let's take a walk and then actually stand outside?
Oh my god. No. So this is really serendipitous, because this is what I wanted to do at the top of the session, and it just has worked out wonderfully. Renori would be like,
Casper.
do you want to go like walk along like by the water?
Oh, yeah, sure. Offers you his arm.
Honestly, I thought that was gonna go into a different direction.
Oh my god.
It might.
Uh,
It would not have surprised me at all if Rohorny had been like, "Hey, you want to go fuck off? You wanted to go fuck
God
off into
damn
some
it,
random
how
place in the woods and have
dare you
sex?"
teach Crispy that?
It was gonna happen. He's here for
It's
2 weeks.
Alicia's nickname. I can't even take credit for it.
Literally
Alicia came up with it.
I shouldn't say every. A lot of D&D characters are horny. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of DMs too. Anyway, so
Yeah.
as you, Casper offers you his elbow,
Players.
and you're able to make your way down to the shore as the grass starts to recede and turn into sand beneath your feet. You're just walking. Are you heading towards? Okay.
We're heading towards wherever Tessa would be, but not intentionally.
Yeah. No. As you're.
Metagaming. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
You wouldn't have that information.
Well,
You
like,
don't have
one
that
of them-
information.
I know for a fact that, like, let me find out.
With the glasses.
Okay, let me find out then if the way I want to go is actually the right
Mhm.
way then. So Renori wouldn't want to be walking like away from the village on the beach. She would want to be walking along like the parts that are like closer to
Okay.
everyone. She doesn't want to like run away from the situation.
Yeah, so you and Casper walk side by side as the water begins to sort of gently ebb up onto the shore. And you leave footprints in the sand behind you as you head like Iselda's house isn't really necessarily the edge of the village, even though it's further up this sort of gentle slope here. So there's more village this way before and then also the temporary encampments. Excuse me. So you're able to sort of continue passing that way. Roll me a perception check.
Yeah.
Roll the perception for you.
23.
Nice. You do see quite a ways in the distance. You do see Tessa helping out somebody with a fishing net. But
Yeah, Renori thinks nothing of it.
yeah, she's like super far away though.
Yeah, it seems like something Tessa would do. It's fine.
Let's be clear that Tessa is assisting with this fishing net in a surprisingly sultry way in the moonlight, based on the way it was described to us before.
Yeah,
I feel like
but
it's not being
Unless
emphasized.
Tessa's normal and just is sexually charged for no reason.
Is it my fault that this woman is stunning?
No.
No.
And Renori knows that, so she's just like, yeah, Tessa's being hot and nice.
Wait,
Big
yes,
surprise.
it is. You took it off. You made
God
it.
damn it, I almost got away with that.
No, I was gonna let Liz get away with it.
It's like
Yeah,
the
me
problem
too.
of evil. God, you can't get off scot-free. You can't just do
Let-
stuff.
Yeah, again.
Just enjoy the hot NPCs. Anyway,
Liz, I make all my NPCs hot.
What I giveth can be taketh away.
I don't want the hot
Like
NPCs
you wanna
taken
play a
away.
non-hot
Quit complaining,
NPC.
Jake.
I don't. You continue.
Liz will just get rid of NPCs. Like, that's what will happen, because Liz won't play an ugly NPC. You know, anyway.
Anyway, you continue down the beach. It's quiet down here. Most of the people have sort of clustered in the encampments at this point to eat. They're bringing out the last bits of the catch, really, so there's not really people working in the water as much. So you have a moment.
Hey, so you want to have sex on the beach? I'm just kidding.
Casper chokes on
Renori
his
says
spit.
this.
I'm gonna roll a d8 to see how much psychic damage I just did.
I'm gonna roll
Renori-
a d20.
Yeah,
It was a fu-
Renori does say that.
Casper chokes on his spit. And kind of stutters in
oh?
his walk for a minute.
Bit?
Are we... you're-
Chokes?
I am kidding.
Okay.
Sand doesn't sound fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're a pirate.
It's-
You're probably fine.
Is it because it's rough and coarse and gets everywhere?
Yes.
But here everything is smooth.
Yes.
I just really wanted that cringy Anakin line to somehow be canon in this
No,
piece.
I was gonna say it, but I thought maybe not.
There's been so much sand and so much caressing going on. You think it would have come up by now?
So much knuckle
Anyway,
kissing.
See, again, we
It's
found
backwards.
the we're not gonna do this. We found it.
Anyway, sorry, I was kidding. I was trying to break the ice.
Ice broken.
Yeah. So I've been
Who
holding
would
on
break
to this, and Renora will kind of like shift the satchel with the mirror in it
Okay.
towards Casper, being like, so I've been holding on to this.
Okay.
Crispy, what the fuck?
The mistake is to look at chat.
We
The
didn't
mistake
tell him
is
not to look at chat.
No, Crispy, don't
Nope,
look at
come
chat.
back.
It breaks you.
Are you a polar bear? Because you want to have sex on the ice?
To break it?
Oh my
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snowboarding's curse has been fun, y'all. It's been great.
Oh my
There's
god.
an ADHD tag here for a reason.
This is true.
Welcome.
This is true.
The
So
stream itself is ADHD.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It has.
Sober Nori.
So I asked Tessa if I could hold on to this for a little while.
Okay.
Oh, I hate myself. I didn't ask for altruistic reasons.
That doesn't necessarily concern me, but you look upset about it.
Yeah, 'cause I'm hoping you'll talk me out of it. But only if you think it's actually something that needs to be talked out of.
Well, it depends on what you were planning to do.
I know. But I don't want you to talk me out of it just because I want you to.
I am always down to mess around. So, as long as it's not going to put you in any sort of intense danger, or
Casper is
I
super
won't
kinky.
I won't say not if it kills anyone, because that could be subjective. But if it's not going to hurt you,
Sometimes he's okay with killing.
I appreciate the way that your morality and ethics seem to fluctuate based on the moment, and what is needed.
it's what the job calls for.
It's called being a chaotic neutral.
I
It's
guess.
called being a pirate.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yo ho!
Oh my god.
No.
So, I was contemplating,
Hmm.
but really only if we're. Maybe anyway, actually. I was contemplating using one of the stones or trying to. And maybe it would be better off if I just like begged Saloon. So like that's the other option here is like maybe giving Saloon one of my hands or something in return. But you know, I just think you should know, Casper, that I love bunnies, but also just gonna continue this other conversation.
I will note that.
Bunnies are great.
I can't argue.
Yeah, gray floppy-eared ones, favorite.
Hmm.
So part of my thinking was that if I just used the stone, I could eliminate a huge portion of our journey that I'm asking everyone to selfishly go on and just take care of it myself. we don't have to go find Faustus's contact to interrogate them about something they might not even know about, which is what happened to my home. That's going to take up so much time and energy when we have other more important things to be doing. So what if I just used a stone once to resurrect my friends and talk to them and get closure?
Nori.
Casper.
He kind of extends his hands, like, so he can take your hands.
She, like, very reluctantly and slowly lets go of the satchel
Mm-hmm.
to then, like, take his hands.
Let's define exactly what you're talking about here before I egg you on or before I pull you back. You want to talk to them, bring them back to temporary life for a closure having conversation, and then leave things the way you found them. Yes?
Would it be wrong for it to not be temporary? Is that the deal breaker between if you're gonna egg me on or if you're gonna reel me in?
I trust you wholeheartedly, and that it will not change. I also know what it feels like to live with a chunk of life missing.
Right.
I don't know how this works. Magic is not my realm. Everything might be fine. You would know better than I anyway, but I cannot in good conscience let you do that to them, if that's what you're talking about. We can look into it. I mean, if there is it's obviously important to you. And I know that. And I'm not going to tell you not to chase down what's important to you. Especially if it'll help you heal.
I don't want to do it if it's dangerous for anyone else. Or, like, the world. And that's the wall I'm running into.
Before everything happened with the city, it seemed like the stone was being used for good. It's entirely possible. They have no alignment attached to them, so they see. But,
maybe
I don't want this to affect you.
Affect me?
That's my line. Yes. I don't want this to affect you. Because I care about you.
I'm already affected.
I know. But it can always be worse. It can maybe be better. It can always be worse.
I should talk to Tessa about it, but, like, I'm worried she's gonna yell, and she's had some real shit time lately, and,
I think you may find Tessa much more empathetic to your situation than you expect.
I mean, I know what happened to her home.
And you know she had to make this choice as well, and it doesn't mean she's going to, I can't predict what she'll say to you, but at the very least, I don't think she's going to judge you for it.
I think the choice was slightly different.
Same end result. Same guilt.
Not necessarily. I think Tessa wanted her home to stay alive.
And you
maybe
don't?
I'm okay with just asking and letting go.
He kind of runs his thumb over your knuckles for a second, nods, looks out to the water, and then brings his gaze back to you. Then it seems like I'm egging you on. I just want to make sure you do this safely. That's all.
For now, we move forward with everything we've planned. I'm not gonna do this. And she, like, moves her hip to, like, make the satchel bump a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna do that until I know how it would work and that it would be okay.
Okay.
If we end up getting closure from Faustus's contact or whatever before then great. But if I can remove myself from the to-do list, it's the least I could do, probably.
I don't think you have to look at it as taking yourself off the list. You deserve to be on the list. This is as important as anyone else's endeavors.
Okay.
He just sort of squints at you.
I heard you.
I know. He gives your hands a squeeze. And you start sort of picking up, like across the beach again from where you'd stopped.
And I think that's Tessa over there.
Do you want to talk to her?
I don't know yet.
Okay. Well, just
Maybe I'll know once I'm in front of her.
Well, then let's keep heading in that direction.
Okay.
Just sort of laces your fingers together. Raven and Faustus. So Renori stepped out with Casper.
When
And
they say they're going for a walk, do you think that means they're fucking somewhere?
Oh
Probably.
my.
Are you asking me because you want to put a wager on that?
I'm just curious. 'Cause that's what the
I mean,
kids
it
are calling
could. It
these
could.
days.
Also, I have a question. How in
Mhm.
canon are our like text chats in Discord?
they are
You're like,
canon, but I'm not going to go and say, like, this happened at this time stamp in the episode.
No.
But they've happened.
That's so
These
fair,
conversations have
'cause-
happened.
Okay, because there are some things that Raven already knows. All right. So yeah, back to the conversation with Asus. I mean, it could definitely mean that they went out to have sex because we've all been sleeping in a massive cuddle pile. So I would imagine that their sex life has been put on pause for a few days.
I'm like 99% sure at least once that didn't stop them.
That's not true!
And it's only happened 3 times.
Excuse me, this is for the RP, okay? If
I'm sorry.
Faustus
So
believes
loud, they
this,
yell, it's
I'm
not
sorry.
true. It's all lies.
if this is what Faustus believes, then this is what Faustus is gonna roleplay.
Perception is reality. Faustus is just spreading rumors like wildfire. Being toxic as hell.
Who am,
Yeah,
it would
Raven
be,
is
who am
not
I
a
to stop
Rumors,
him?
do ya?
Raven's gonna like from the belly, like from the diaphragm cackle at that. Just like, you know what? Although that's gotta be some sneaky sex that they're having if they manage to do that while everyone is in the same room. Are you saying it's possible from experience or from just pure conjecture?
I am like out of character 99% sure that this happened. There was like a context in which we were in like a common area that had multiple beds in it, and like Renori and Gasper were getting all.
No, that definitely didn't happen.
Yeah, it was good. It was all happening. Well, I'm wrong. I'm crazy.
Faustus
I
is
think
perceiving everything.
we
I-
made it.
I must have had a dream.
Oh no, they made
That was
out.
They made out, they didn't
definitely
have
made
sex.
out.
We made out in the
There we go.
the
Yes.
All,
dining
all
room.
Faustus was in the
Bowser's just in the rafters. All he heard was just
Mouth noises.
In the rafters.
mouth noises.
He literally
Faustus-
got
I
up
love
there
this
and
party
sat.
so much. I
Like
do.
a vampire bat upside down. Like,
Exactly,
Honestly,
actually.
could have been. Could have been.
John sort of clears his throat where he's leaning against the wall and just slides out of the room.
Hi, John.
Bye, John.
And he goes into the back.
Raven's going to like kind of switch the conversation topic a little bit back to the spell that she just learned, and she's going to like the reason why I chose that is because canonically Raven went, yeah, I think necromancy is cool because the cult I was a part of hated necromancy. And so like 1,000% of the motivation was just, hey, this could be cool if I learned a necromancy spell. So like I think that Raven's
My membership in the Satanic Temple.
yeah. Raven's sort of direction of conversation is just like, if Faustus has any experience with like necromancy spells, if like if he like learned anything about it from like the college that he was a part of temporarily, etc.
Yeah. I think he would say, my studies technically covered some of everything, but
Mhm.
realistically I was not paying very much attention outside of illusions and enchantment
That's,
for the most part.
you know, that's fine.
Sort
I know
of
that
the stuff that I used, shall we say, every day sort of stuck better for me.
because of thief shit. Raven says with a smile.
Because of thief shit, Raven, yes. Precisely.
Raven's gonna glance at the door and just be like, they're either legitimately on a walk or they're just taking their time. Raven will say with a raise in an eyebrow.
I think we can give Casper a little more credit than that. Where? I'm trying to think of what to do next.
Faustus, if you would
Yes.
like to attempt to teach Raven a spell, you can. But
Okay,
that will be
I
your
will try
choice.
that.
Okay,
I
so
will try that.
I need you to
If,
roll me an
Raven
intelligence
has
check
interest.
with disadvantage, and that will measure how well you teach. Raven, you can roll me a straight intelligence check to see how you pick up what Faustus is telling you. Because Faustus, you did not pay attention. But you do know the stuff you use every day, and see how you can teach it.
Amazing.
You also are not a wizard, so
Does a 22 hit?
I don't know, does it?
So weird the DC was 25.
Yeah, it's so
wow.
strange that the DC is 48. So quirky how that happens.
I thought of that idea like 5 minutes ago.
And you've been holding on to that? That's great. That's
to
great.
announce my skill checks.
Here's my
As
question.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my question. Can I use luck on this roll?
Why not?
Okay.
Are you gonna use the
Let's-
oops, no wait, go back?
No, I have the lucky feat as well. So let's roll one more d20.
It's technically a save, right? So yeah.
It's
Or
a check.
no, it's not. It's a check.
It's a
Yeah.
check. I'm just like, why not?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Okay,
no, that's fair.
So I got with the luck, my lowest roll was a 15 plus 3, so an 18 intelligence
Okay.
for teaching.
List be like, I'll allow it.
Do you have cantrips? You could
I have cantrips and first level spells.
you will be
And
able to
second.
teach Raven in this time a cantrip.
Okay.
And what I will say to make things easier, can Faustus just send Raven your available cantrips, and Raven, you can just pick one and draw it.
I already have.
Okay, well,
Because I already thought ahead of this.
okay,
Like
all right.
3 months ago, who knows how long I've been sitting on the secret character sheet for.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'd actually would love to learn the message cantrip from you.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic one.
Mhm,
Too.
mhm.
So, yeah. So Faustus will very much the way that he is teaching, and like again, his kind of like equivalent of a spell book, because he's an arcane trickster rogue as well, is like a sort of Half-Blood Prince-esque. It's like a primer first year kind of textbook that he stole from school and has written his own notes in. So he's showing you like his own kind of notes and graphs and figures and how to cast the spell. And like the material component for it is a small piece of like copper wire that you like wrap around your finger and like to. So he's like he's kind of just walking you through the physical components of the spell too.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone
Can I
can
ask a
send
question?
messages through a wire.
Is Faustus sort of like rambling in the same way that he did when he was talking about wild sorcery magic with John?
100%.
Okay. At
Faustus
some point,
is kind of a nerd, honestly.
It's adorable.
yeah, it's so adorable, which is why Raven is going to do this. At some point, Raven's going to interrupt Faustus by like grabbing your collar a little bit, pull you in very like closely, and will like allow you to initiate a kiss if so be it.
I think yes. I think 100%. Faustus.
All right,
would be,
then
like,
Raven kisses Faustus.
absolutely into it.
I'm
And he would just, I think he would like, you would literally, the kiss would happen and he would pull away and there would be a pause of a few seconds and it'd be, so the wire, and he would just go right back to
Yep.
explaining what he was doing before. Like not really acknowledge
Nice.
that it happened right now.
Is
Like,
that
he
your
can't.
first kiss? Not
No,
your
100%
characters.
not.
It's the first Raven
Yeah,
and
in
Faustus
campaign,
kiss.
yes.
Yeah.
That is their first
think
kiss.
so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
no, I know it's not character's first kiss. Jesus.
Raven was a sex worker. So.
We know. We know. I
Faustus
respect
might as
it.
well, then.
This is so sweet. Okay. Crispy has no idea what's going on, but you just witnessed history. So,
You just watched a slow burn player character kiss interaction.
yeah.
Truly
That's-
truly
Yeah.
slow burn.
Crispy
Sick.
thumbs up.
Crispy's like, sure.
No, it's great.
So, Raven, you do have access now to the message cantrip.
I thought you were going to say access to kisses.
Yeah, you have access to a first level kiss.
Access to smooches,
The smooch
forehead
cantrip.
kisses.
You now
Yes.
have access to the smooches.
You can cast it at will. The range's touch.
The component is consent.
So true.
The component is lipstick, just like suggestion.
Yeah, I like it. Or gloss.
Suggestion,
Gloss
or
will
is it-
do.
Which one is it? The one that has like makeup as a component.
I
Oh,
don't
there
know,
would
sir.
be like a little smudge of purple lip gloss now on Faustus's mouth.
As you continue,
100% there is.
as you continue in the room,
He's not self-aware about that though.
and sort of the gentle smell of the food continues to envelop the space, and it's a lot quieter now that it's just the two of you. It's just sort of, there's like the little flutter of the heart that continues as you keep going through your work. Going over to Amander. So, you help Tessa bring the net over to the trough, which is empty at the moment. And sort of together you untie the drawstrings and sort of let the fish slide into it. There are already fishermen who have come over to empty the other trough, and this looks like the last catch of the night. Like you've brought it in. And after that's done, she sort of sits and gives the nets gives the net a little bit of a shake, and folds it up and sort of drapes it over her arm like a really heavy napkin. And you just sort of she just stands there for a moment. Well, thank you.
As I said before, it's my pleasure.
At this moment, over her shoulder, you do see, walking in your direction, not necessarily like with intent, but walking in your direction, a
YM PTA mom power walking. Heel toe, heel toe, heel toe, heel toe.
You see a drow with long, very like silky white hair that sort of catches the moonlight very beautifully in a pattern of iridescence, and lovely violet skin, making her way over arm in arm with a wiry, sort of a definitely a sailor's physique, because you recognize it in yourself. Tall, mid-20s approaching 30s, brown-haired man who looks rather attractive.
Doesn't he have black hair right now?
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah. He has like dark, almost pitch colored hair.
Howl from Howl's Moving Castle.
Yeah, actually, but without the mullet.
It's very
So
important
Kristen
that
shaped
Kristen
the appearance of this character.
That's not true. We'll talk about this later. Liz made Howl, aka Casper, before ever seeing Howl's Moving Castle. I had to be like, Liz, you made Howl, and Liz was like, who's Howl? And then I showed them the movie, and anyway.
And then I cried.
We'll talk about this later. Later starts right now.
I have
Later
ADHD.
starts right now.
I have ADHD.
Later now,
When I
baby.
said that
That's
first
such a
thing,
good
I don't
pickup.
remember.
The tag is on this stream for a reason. You see them arm in arm, sort of moving in your direction. Kristen, do you want to describe a little more about Renori, what she looks like?
Oh, sure.
Who's
She's
Linda?
hot.
Sorry,
What
what's the
she is?
first-
She's like 5'7", hair as described, a choker around her neck with the goddess Saloon symbol on it, lots of piercings in her ears, a septum piercing, really piercing. How many?
So many piercing. I pierced through the piercing pierce.
I pierce over to you piercingly.
Really? What? Really?
She has a piercing gaze in her eye as well.
She really pierced me. I didn't know what to do.
Well,
She
what
also
I,
has
any,
2 knives. She's dual wielding daggers right now. Just
she has like a really intense expression, and eyes, dark purple. Her outfit is mostly like black and black leather, black combat boots that go all the way up to her thighs, and then she has a cloak on that is purple, blue, and pink, and it shimmers and almost seems ethereal like the night sky itself, almost like it wouldn't have a physical form if you touched it. And yeah, she looks like a badass, but also kind of awkward.
These two are about, I would say, about like 30 feet away. Renori, so you see from this distance you get a better view of Amanda. And
Who the hell
you see
is that guy?
Casper just kind of glances, looks at you. I don't know.
Interesting.
You see them. They're like having an amiable conversation as you approach. Anything you'd like to do in this last second before you're like
a flirty conversation.
Thanks, Sarah. Anything you'd like to do in these last few seconds before you're within peer distance?
Me?
That she's going on.
You said you were nervous,
No.
so I was just double checking.
She comes at him, sword in hand. Who the fuck are you?
Renori, I feel like Renori would, but it's fine.
He looks. He
I kill him on the spot.
Oh my! And he's dead. He looks like a captain too, Casper.
Nah.
Look at the hat.
I see it. I know
Yeah.
a fraud when I see one.
Oh, he looks like a captain.
Mm-mm. Hat's too small.
I think you're jealous. I think you're threatened.
I'm not threatened. I know
said
what a
hat is
captain
too
looks
small?
like.
Yes.
You're talking about hat size. That feels petty.
I'm observing what I'm seeing. I haven't
Oh,
seen
Casper.
no one who
Maybe his hat's
wears
bigger.
and just one epaulette, like, and you just walking around like that, like, if anything, he's military, okay? But looking
Casper.
at him, like,
Casper, you
no
wear
way.
a fucking blouse and tight pants.
Exactly, I'm in the uniform. I understood the dress code.
Casper's like, he has to be at least 50% more gay in order for me to believe he's even a pirate.
Where's the flavor? Where's the open collar? Where's the
Casper's like, all pirates are gay, and I don't see the gay.
Casper's very
Not
passionate
wrong.
about his state of dress. To me,
Everybody
If
should
you-
stream.
if you dress like you
Vikings death. Anyway.
if you dress like you're on display, it tells me a lot about you. That's all I'm saying. I don't
Well,
dress like
I
I'm on
mean,
display. I dress like I'm here to
some-
work.
Some people care about appearances.
And
Is that wrong?
I care about mine.
Yeah, but in a different way.
Yeah, well, I'll
You
s-
just want to be sure you look hot.
maybe, but you know, it's part of
He
part of
looks
the
hot.
job. I have to roll to see if Casper thinks Amanda is hot. Hold on.
I'm not gonna metagame this, but I will metagame this depending on this roll.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Well,
All of a sudden, Amanda's shirtless? What's going on? Just glistening in the moonlight?
All this fishing has got me so sweaty.
oh god. Well, that was a guess.
A nice Little Mermaid spray of the ocean behind him. It's very picturesque.
Casper sort of squints at him for a long moment as you're starting to approach and get within conversation distance, and then looks at you and goes, "He's a little hot. Fine."
And I think he's a captain. Renori will whisper one more time right before they get within conversation distance.
Okay, so Amanda, that couple you had spotted sort of errantly over Tessa's shoulder as you spoke, fully walk up to you. I mean, you see them.
He motions towards them. Ah, friends of yours?
Oh, yes, Renori, Casper, hi. This is Amanda. Amanda, these are my dearest friends, Renori and Casper.
Please call me M. Everybody calls me M. But I am Amanda. Hold on. Ugh, God, I gotta pull it up every time.
He pulls out his ID.
Yeah, he pulls out his ID.
He pulls out his
Scroll
entire
pedigree.
birth certificate and like unrolls it.
Yeah.
The birth scroll.
It's just like
A trumpet sounds.
I don't know.
It's
He
so
kind of-
long. You can see
You
there's
were-
their like taped extra.
It's a
Uh-uh.
CVS receipt.
Oh god.
Like a sign
Oh.
when you write happy birthday. They ran out of room, so they had to add extra pages.
Big ass H. Yeah.
There's whole
He,
names that are silent. They're not pronounced.
there's like 20 different names that he doesn't say, but they're there. So he removes his hat and kind of half bows, and he says, "I hate formalities, but my name is Amanda Nesta Arrington Marius Yargrove, captain, merchant, smuggler, really
Told
whatever you
you.
need." And he looks at Casper in the eye and he winks.
I don't like you.
Wait,
Casper-
can I roll?
What are
Can
you
I
rolling?
Roll to do it sneakily.
Yes. Go ahead and
Can
roll
I
me a
roll
performance
to
check. We'll
perceive?
do a performance versus perception.
Mhm.
But before you tell me your numbers, Amanda, Casper catches the wink,
Okay.
and you see a smirk, and he winks back.
Kristen just rolled a nat 20 or something like 28.
Did she?
That's the stance that I'm getting from Kristen right now. It's very
18.
like angry smug.
18.
24.
Yeah, there we go.
Dang.
Renori, you do see a wink exchange, and you feel Casper's energy next to you visibly shift from, like, just whatever, to, like, cat about to cause so many problems.
Elbow in his side right after promptly telling Amanda, I don't like you.
Renori!
Something Renori is possessively jealous.
He says, Amanda kind of laughs.
The person you need to impress here is me.
And he takes a deep breath and goes, my apologies, and kind of, like, grabs her hand and just kisses it lightly and says,
not that way.
It's, well, you do, I mean, you could pull your hand away.
She'll, like, wait right until he's about to kiss and go, not that way.
I mean, I'll take it.
Casper?
And he kind of giggles to himself. Well, I'm very glad to meet both of you. I was just talking to your friend Tessa here and helping her a bit about town.
Tessa sort of perks up a little bit. Yeah, he's been very kind.
Yeah, what have you been up to, Tessa? Fishing?
Well, yeah, fishing, actually. You know, lots happening, and I just needed to clear my mind, and I ran into M here, and we struck up a conversation, and just spent a few minutes together, that's all.
You know each other prior?
No.
So you didn't know him?
No, I ran into him today.
Interesting. Never mind. I still don't like him.
Not many do.
Oh my god.
That should concern you.
Well, I'm a merchant, dear. Nobody likes merchants.
Wait, merchant?
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Merchant, captain, sailor.
Smuggler.
No, this is Renori listing off to him.
Oh, okay.
What the hell else are you?
Anything you want me to be for the right price.
I kind of like him.
Casper?
Yeah?
You are going to suffer.
I know, but it's worth it now.
If you don't shut the fuck up.
So, M, a captain. What's the name of your vessel?
Redbane.
Why would you drop his full name?
Am I waiting for this an answer, or should I answer?
Roll me a history check, please, Amanda.
Okay. Ooh,
Casper looks at you with like if the wasted screen from GTA was a facial expression. He just stares at you.
Oh my
All the
god.
ground.
That's a 14.
Okay. You know that name.
Mm-hmm. And
You know that name intimately.
Mhm.
And as you look at this man, attractive, right? Definitely a seafaring type just from his appearance. You can see the tan of days and days and days in the sun.
Fuck my boyfriend.
I don't want to decide what canon is before things happen. You know, sometimes things happen.
That needs to be a bit alert.
Yeah, it does.
I really am just flabbergasted because it's like there were two different like trains of thought you could have gone with, which is like the most obvious one: captain of a pirate ship, captain of a pirate ship. But Renori, Kristen just went, "Did you previously fuck?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm on the wrong map. I'm
working out my issues through Renori."
You have heard this name before. Whether you fucked him is up to you, but you know who he is.
Oh, please say it.
Frisbee.
You know that name because as you know, being a man of the sea, often operating captains in more nefarious to dubious circles, where pirates are sort of in the neutral spot, and then you have like going towards the people who aren't cool. If you've done something, you get a name, you get a moniker, you get something that identifies you. Your name becomes a household sort of utterance, but you got a nickname. Not always are people able to attach the two. Usually, if they can attach the two, that means you've been caught before. You know the name Casper Redbane because you've seen his face on wanted posters. For years. Because he's known throughout Rydell, and in a couple places outside of that you've heard rumors of, you don't know if they're true or not, as the Ghost. He has been arrested numerous times by the Crown of Rydell. Numerous. In fact, they've tried everything from poisoning to public execution. And this man has escaped every single time with something in hand. And it's not necessarily as though people thought him dead, but he definitely sort of has been laying low. And now you are face to face with like a legend. I would say like a sports player level of fame. If you know that circle, you know who he is.
Like a really famous hockey player.
Are you trying to make it like
personal to him?
Relevant to him?
yeah, relevant to me? Like there's other famous things that it's just
No, only hockey.
he kind of when he hears the name, his ears kind of tilts his head like this, and his ear kind of pokes through his white hair. Casper Redbane. Now, Tessa, you sure keep with interesting company. And he smiles like very big.
I suppose you've heard of Casper. And kind of turns and looks at Casper and Renori, but like especially at Renori.
Renori is staring at Casper. How do you know him?
I guess a friend from work? If you want to put it like that, we all kind of know each other.
Renori turns on him. So, how do you know him?
Well, who doesn't in my line of work? A legend standing before me.
He kind of does a little bit of a bow.
Don't do Renori elbows.
Ow.
You need to be fucking humbled. Side note.
Casper visibly restrains himself from saying something else.
Okay, but, like, do you just know him because he's a fucking legend or whatever? Or have you worked together?
Work together, no. But I have many colleagues that have worked with in the same sphere. You must understand, I've been all over the Nortus Expanse. I've been in the Unsullied Woods, through the coasts of Rydell, Saros. I've been everywhere, trying to perfect my craft. You see, you hear things, you know things when you travel as far as wide as I have. And this is a person of quite repute. So I tip my hat.
Hone your craft. What's your craft?
Like I said, dear, smuggling,
Anything,
merchant,
whatever.
anything worth the money.
Casper sort of, hold on. Yeah, Casper just kind of gives you a nod of respect. He gets it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you seem awfully chummy with our friend Tessa.
Well, as a princess of where I hail from, of course.
There it is. I knew there was something. Renori glances at Tessa, just like side-eye.
Tessa gives you one of those smiles where there's nothing but panic in the eye. Like if you were to tune into her brain, it would just be like screaming.
Just TV static, but red.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like,
Well, even though your motives and entire existence seem a little sketchy to me. I do appreciate you being honest about how you know of Tessa, and I guess now actually know Tessa. I
Oh,
thought
come-
everyone
sorry.
from Al-Hasari died.
Oh, they exist here and there. You see, not everyone was in the city when it went to ashes, so to speak.
I guess, statistically speaking, that makes sense.
And when you're in my line of work, going to and from the city was but a common thing. In fact-
Smuggling, captaining,
He giggles.
whatever else.
For the right price.
So
It was
I've
luck.
heard.
He darkens a bit at that. You kind of drops like the jolly kind of mischievous attitude.
Does Renori
be hon-
is that obvious? Does Renori perceive it, or do I?
Yeah,
need to
no,
roll?
no, no. There's definitely like an air change once he says this. Like he kind of his lip, the corner of his lips drops a bit, and he kind of
Renori
head.
kind of backs off a little bit, but is still suspicious.
he just says, "I understand your suspicion, but it was luck."
Oh no, I'm not suspicious about how you survived. I don't think you're working hand in hand with Mephisto. I don't think you could stomach that. I only know one person in the world who could properly stomach that, and she was badass enough to leave him. So
Would M be aware of the significance of that comment, or
Yes, but go ahead and roll me a history check anyway.
okay? Oh, it rolled off a natural 20. Like 10.
Okay.
Raven's heart warms all of a sudden for no reason.
Yeah.
So you do know that name, because people talk, and when there are, let's say, brokers of power out and about between and in the plains and outside of them, people start making deals, and they start spreading the good word about the power that they wield. And so you have heard this name sort of whispered in corners and back alleys and trade-ins and things of that nature. You've probably met a warlock or two of Mephisto. He's a very, very powerful archdevil. Not known to ever truly appear before folks, really, as far as you know. But you know the significance of that name, and you know what it means to have it spoken aloud, and what it would mean to be brave enough to break a pact off with that guy.
In that, then he kind of looks out across the water and goes, my, Mephisto, Casper, oh, princess. You have interesting company, and I love it. And he kind of like puts his arms in the air like this. He's, oh, shall we drink? This is a fun time.
Casper brightens up. I like him.
I suppose at the very least we have to introduce this character to the rest of the group.
Oh, come now. Renori, was it? Please, don't think of me as a foe or an adversary. I'm simply just a humble merchant looking to make a bit of coin here and there. And, of course, a lot of fun.
Keep your paws off my boyfriend.
Don't you worry. Noted.
Tessa sort of... You see her kind of waver on her heels for a moment, and then she goes, yeah, let's find a place to sit. I have a little bit of drink left, and we can maybe find some more, but I think a drink sounds nice.
Shouldn't we just go back to the cabin?
Sure. I suppose so. There's enough room for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And are you all gonna make your way to Zelda's house then?
Yeah.
I will excuse myself to go back to my tent real quick, and I'll say I'll meet them,
Okay.
and I'll grab a bottle of just like a very expensive rum, yeah, that I have,
Nice.
and
Why is all the rum gone?
and yeah, and it's like wax sealed,
Mhm.
brown bottle with like a, there wouldn't be labels probably, but it like a
It says Maker's Malt.
Jim Bean, no.
Bim Jean.
Jim Bem, no, that's not even rum. But yeah, it's got kind of like a almost like a
It's Malibu.
glass blown symbol
Mhm.
on it to show where it came from.
Nice.
And he brings it with him, assuming he got directions, which we don't need to.
It's relatively easy to pick out the cabin anyway.
Yeah.
The houses do look identical, but it's the only house that people aren't currently passing in and out of. Most of the village seems to keep sort of an open door policy, as if like it would be like you know how people will have like a porch like that's screened in, or like a front sitting room. It's like that, but with the front rooms of the actual physical houses. So people just kind of leave their door open until they're ready to go to sleep for the night, or they just don't want company. And this is the only house that doesn't have the door currently open, so you're able to kind of pick it out. Plus, you probably would have seen Renori, Casper, and Tessa making their way over that way. It's a simple house, a little bit smaller than some of the others. Nothing special on the outside denoting any changes in it, but you're able to make your way over there. But before you go in, I am going to give us our break before I forget, because I almost forgot. So, first of all, huge thank you to everyone who's been hanging out tonight. I hope you've been enjoying Amanda and Crispy, as well as our adventure so far. This would be a great time for you to stretch, get some water. If taking meds is a good thing for you, and you have not taken your medicine today, then maybe take it at this time. Get a snack if you want, check your posture, all those good things, and we will be back in just a few moments to pick up where we last left off. See you soon!
when I decided that he could be the one to call me daddy.
You
Yeah,
gotta
I
work on your
definitely asked
material.
you to repeat the story over break. 100%.
Also, the
We
captions
missed- all
aren't
of us
going.
missed the first part.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Oh, there they go.
Yes.
Took
Oh,
them a
there
second,
we
but
go.
they're there.
Yep.
Okay.
What's up?
Welcome back to whatever that was. Really quick before we jump back into the game, because I'm probably gonna forget to say it at the end, and if I remember, then I said it twice. I have a little bit of a follower goal because I'm trying to get super serious about my streaming. I've been streaming regularly for like a few weeks. More than that, it's been like 3 months, 4 months, something like that, of streaming regularly, and I'm like really passionate about it, even though it's a hobby. So like, if you're hanging out tonight, you're like, hey, I wouldn't hate to watch this again, or like maybe you want to see me be this ADHD but like over a game. I would be super sick if you wanted to follow. My community picks the game every week. I very rarely come in with something to do on a Monday. You guys get to tell me what I do with my Monday nights. Yeah, you get to influence what game options we play. Last week we played Hades for the first time, and I think it cured my ADHD. So, maybe next time we'll like cure my anxiety with a game. I don't know. I feel like we're on a roll. Anywho, yeah, just putting that out there because I've forgotten to say that for a while, but I am trying to maybe grow the community a little bit, bring some new folks in to hang out, because we have a lot of fun over here. And my cast is amazing, and you should go follow them as well. There we go. Yes, directions. So, with that being said, let's jump back into the game. M, you found your way over to this cabin, which is nondescript, sort of at the edge of the village. Just a door. You can see through a window at the front. There's like a really, almost like a frosted glass window, so you can see people moving about inside, and that there's light, soft light sort of pouring out from the interior. But you're at a door that's closed.
I don't knock. I just walk in.
Oh! So Renori, we'll actually do this first before M walks in. Renori, M splits from you all to go and be back, as they say. But you have a moment with Tessa and Casper as you're heading back towards the cabin, if you would like.
Renori, stay quiet.
Okay. So, they all would be quiet. You make your way back to the cabin and head inside. Raven and Faustus. The whole gang's here.
Yeah, I would imagine that we were still kind of going over the spell a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Right? Yeah, okay.
It takes a while.
So Raven would be standing
Not where I thought that sentence was going at first, but
would be standing pretty closely to Faustus. Like we're both huddled over like the parchment.
Both shrimps over a paper.
Sure.
Okay. Renora, you walk in with the whole gang as they're shrimping.
Yeah. So, you two are awfully close together.
Faustus looks up and says, "What?" and has purple lip gloss on his lip.
I'm gonna tuck that away for later. Tessa made a friend.
Raven, on purpose, has not told him.
You see Tessa go to raise her thumb to like go and do the like you have something here, and then Casper just puts her hand back down.
Tessa made a friend who turns out also from her home. Wasn't there when it was destroyed, so hence being alive and here now. There's something else.
How lucky.
They're on their way here to join us for drinks.
As Renori says that, the door swings open, and M is in the doorway.
Oh.
With a big and and a smile on their face.
Everybody, this
You
is
didn't mention he was hot.
Yeah, Renori, you really should have mentioned what he looked like.
He kind
Casper,
of
it looks so smug. Like,
he chuckles to himself. Ah, I see more friends. Oh, this night just keeps getting better and better.
He'll do anything you want for the right price.
Oh, you are right, dear. We're starting to get it
Oh,
down.
I did the same thing. Nice to meet you. What was your name again?
Ah, my name is Amanda.
every time.
Every time. It's gonna be so good. Tom, my name is Amanda Nesta Arrington Marius Yargrove, but please, no formalities. M is fine. Drinks, and he holds up this, like,
If you're so
clearly
committed-
expensive bottle of alcohol.
If you're
Nice.
so committed to no formalities, then why don't you just say M? Why do you give the formal part?
I think he
Well-
wants the gravity of the nickname going from 15 different names to only 2 letters, Renori.
No, I think he's actually
like this
kind of
one.
a little superficial. You like
Oh.
her because she's not annoyed that you exist.
Oh,
That's-
wow. That's certainly true. A lot of people are annoyed that I do exist. Trust me.
That is
Mm.
how liking people works. I'm going to. You said rum?
And he kind
Jake,
of
you're
he,
muted.
he takes the dagger that's been on his
Fucking
back and
good
it's
Mhm.
like,
line.
oh, oh, you had a good line and you're muted.
No.
Fuck.
Do
I
it, do
hate
it,
that. Do it.
It's over.
Oh.
Wounds
Aw.
done.
Aw.
I'm gonna do it now.
Okay.
He
I'll work
takes
it
this.
in. We'll figure it out.
Here,
Okay,
I'll try and softball it again.
Oh god, you're insufferable. M takes the dagger.
Yeah,
He
just
has-
open the book.
There's a dagger that it was sheathed on his back. It's has an obsidian colored blade and a leviathan on the handle, and he cuts the wax and he pulls the wax off and he kind of just like slams the dagger and just pops it off, and it kind of like sloshes about a bit with no care, and he takes a swig and goes, "Oh yes, this is good stuff," and kind of just to no one in particular just holds out the bottle.
Casper swipes it. Cause he knows this shit. This is the good shit.
Mhm.
Takes a
Mhm.
swig and then does the same, holds the bottle back out.
Raven will take
Renori,
it.
swole.
Raven.
She'll go
Wait,
for it
wait,
at
Wait
the
a
same
minute.
time.
Fighting over the bottle.
No,
And
no,
Faust says,
Renori.
no, stop, don't.
Wait, how bad does it seem like Renori wants to take the next sip?
Bad.
Okay, yeah, Raven will kind of like sense Renori's. Yeah, she senses Renori's
motive.
intensity and is like, I'm gonna just like, because what Raven's motivation was nice booze, but it seems like Raven has slightly more to prove or something. So Raven's gonna like lift her hand up, sees Renori's grabbing for it, and be like,
While Renori grabs for the bottle, Tessa roots in. She goes to her hip, realizes there's. Well, actually, hold on. Renori, did she pass the mirror to you to put your own bag? Did she give you her whole bag? Do you remember?
Whole bag.
Okay. Renori, can I just. My bag for a moment? You have my bag.
Renori will stick her hip out towards Tessa so she could like get in it if she wanted.
Get it out of my pocket. It's in my back pocket. Just reach in and get it out.
Are you being flirty or are you being awkward?
Being dismissive.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, that's not where I thought that was going.
So Tessa just sort of flips open the bag and
We're
rustles
not
around
happy.
inside and then pulls out a slimmer, like a wine bottle. It has like a deep, like a silvery blue sort of glass
Oh,
to it.
is that what Renori drank with her out the elf shit.
Yeah, the elf shit. There's a little bit left. There's not a whole lot. Amanda, you do recognize this bottle. This form of liquor was at the time inherent to Alhisari. It's just sort of an off product of some of the fruits and herbs that they grew there that they were able to make their own wine out of. Good shit. Not a whole lot left, but she also pops a cork on that. She goes, we'd have to savor it, but it's good as anything. And there is now also this bottle.
Renori takes what is 3 people's sips worth of the bottle.
Which
love
one?
how
The
much
rum?
Ev's existence bothers Renori. It's so
You should
funny.
know how Renori's
Gulp.
petty to like an extreme degree, and it is both amazing and like
Oh god, I
to her
love it.
detriment sometimes.
And the fact that
Um,
M is just like glowing in it too.
It's so
is...
good. It's so good.
Would Raven
Enemies to
recognize that?
lovers.
The bottle?
Oh no, you said it specifically to Alhisari.
Yeah.
Right? Not like okay.
Yeah, it's not a wide
General
elven culture
elven.
drink.
Yeah,
It's more endemic to the forest, yeah.
Okay.
So she
Yeah.
just sort of also takes a swig of that, but that bottle is out in the open as well. After
Renori will shove the other bottle out and be holding it out too.
Raven's going
while
to like
looking him defiantly in the eyes.
Raven's going to grab it from
From the bottom?
part to like not touch Renori's skin as to if like as if
She'd
she
get
could be
burnt.
burned. Yeah, from like how intense Renori is right now. Raven rolled like a 19 on her, just a wisdom check, just to sort of gauge how.
am I
Fair.
wise?
Oh,
Fair,
she has proficiency in insight. Yeah, that would be a 27.
fair.
So yeah, Raven's like, I'm just gonna, and then from like that, she sort of like tilts the rum
Mhm.
up and like takes like not a super slow sip, but like a nice one where she's sort of like,
Like a shot
a shot.
without rushing it.
yeah,
Yeah.
and like kind of getting a nice taste, and she's just like, oh, this is very nice. You have wonderful taste, Amanda. And then she'll sort
Please,
of
M.
not. Sorry. She's not looking at Renor.
As this happens, Casper and
She'll
Tessa sort of slip between you all and then kind of shift the furniture a little bit to make it easier for if you wanted to sit, that there's like it's now available for you to sit in a circle if you wanted to.
Raven will sort of extend the bottle, but like it's sort of towards Faustus.
Take the bottle. Faustus grabs like a little cup, like a cup off
Aw.
the table,
Yeah.
and pours like a pour of it, and very good.
Nice.
Passes it down.
M is very amused by all of this, all these interchanging exchanges.
Tessa kind of like, after taking a sip, she of the bottle she's holding, she just kind of goes, is Ripley here?
Is Ripley here? I know that
She went
came
back
out.
she went back into the back.
Oh, okay. She
Um,
went back, and then Raven will say that Ripley's in
I'm
the
in
back.
back, and will we all?
M chuckles. I knew a Ripley once, believe it or not.
And that's it. That's the end of Stormborn's Curse. We're done. That was the one that got me. That's the one that's the one. I'm deactivating my channel. I'm
been sitting on that
deactivating
one
my
ever since you
socials.
uttered that name.
I am unplugging my router. And I'm going to go stand in the woods and think about what I've done.
We gave this man a platform.
We gave this man a platform.
And you can take it away.
If I unplug, there's still time to unplug my computer. Tessa just sort of.
Look at it, dog, quick.
Oh god. Tessa just sort of shifts, like takes a peek, goes, I'm just gonna go offer her a sip real fast. I'll be right back.
Do you know if Boomstick's in there too?
I haven't seen her, but I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yeah. She sort of.
I guess it looks like we need to all sit down. Renori awkwardly points to the way that Casper and Tessa have arranged everything for.
You didn't.
Well,
Casper,
it
you
looks
don't
like
have to sit. I just
down.
thought if people wanted to sit, we were all standing. I didn't know if we all. Anyway,
You said there's a fireplace in here?
no.
Oh.
There's like a small tabletop, like a
Make one.
grill,
Make a
like a
fireplace.
hot place. If you you can make a fireplace once if you wanted to.
Once.
It would be single use, as would be the house.
No, it's okay.
When you think about it, the house is just one big fireplace.
And you are the logs.
Anything's a fireplace if you try hard enough.
We're no quitters.
Sure aren't. Tessa slips out of this loose circle and goes to the back of the house. And you just see her sort of disappear with a whisper behind the slightly ajar door to the spare room for just a moment. Casper just sort of, after grumbling about the furniture, just kind of takes a seat next to Renori.
And we'll
Raven.
pull up a seat backwards,
Nice.
like far enough away from Casper to not annoy Renori, but next to Casper. And he'll take the dagger again and slam it on the table right between his fingers and goes, "Ah, Casper, have you ever heard of the Alhasari finger dance? Care to play?"
No, but I am so
Faustus will see-
intrigued.
Faustus will see how he sits different in his chair, and Faustus will pull up a chair.
Yes.
He sits with like
Yes.
his feet in the chair, sitting on the back of the chair, like this.
I love it.
But Faustus
I'm
is like
gonna-
5'4" and not 6'2" like I am, so he looks like perched, not like a gargoyle. He looks like
Casper
Spider-Man, not like.
Casper will
Quasimodo.
also go and then do like, but he'll put his knee up, so he's sitting kind of like M, like with the chair backwards, but then one leg is up and he's got his arm on his leg, because we're doing this now.
Oh yeah. So M
Nori
takes
is
out
crisscross applesauce in her.
a little pouch of gold and lets it kind of just fall out onto the table, and it kind of clutters.
was
And
the
it's
table
surprising. The Alhasari finger dance. I'm pulling this from Game of Thrones. It's the Greyjoy finger dance.
Yeah.
So M kind of smiles wide and looks around the table and goes, 5 passes, quick as you can. First to draw blood loses.
Okay. Casper's in. Faustus, would you like to play? Renori, Raven?
Oh, 100%. Faustus is in.
Raven
Man.
Raven values whatever limbs she has, considering she has no magic right now or
Mhm.
anything. Or skills. Or prosthetics.
Use
I'm
your hands
already
to cast
abandoned on my
messages.
parents. And
Oh,
I'm
God.
scared.
Oh
You
God.
can cast false life.
True. Still not worth it.
Cast false life on yourself, that'll absorb the getting stabbed in the hand.
Raven will sort of just do that thing where like she's definitely in the circle, like within the group of people who are participating in this,
Mm-hmm.
but she's like floating just out where it's like clear she's not participating. Hi,
Right.
Jelly.
So, if you're going to participate, everyone roll
Jelly, I
me
love you.
a dexterity. We're going to do it as a saving throw because of the speed that you're doing it at.
Okay.
So roll me a dexterity saving throw. If you have something that applies to saving throws and you want to use it, feel free. I know certain members of this circle are rogues.
I rolled just for fun. Raven would have gotten a 5, so it's a really good thing that I did not
You've got to be
participate.
24.
right.
Okay, we got a 24.
You've got to be kidding me right now.
Oh, Faustus. What'd you get?
I got a 14.
I got a 14 as well.
How?
Ridiculous. I don't know.
Did you roll
Because it's
three?
a saving throw, so reliable talent doesn't apply.
But
Uh,
luck does.
I know I used luck. I rolled
Oh.
11 and then I rolled a 14.
Oh no. I rolled
You
a,
do still
a
have your
16
oops,
and
no
I have a
wait, go
+8.
back.
I do have oops, no wait, go back. I used my
Yeah.
oops, no wait, go back because this is fucking terrible. I'm a rogue,
Great,
damn it.
I have a
That's
14.
a 20.
Okay.
A 20 is that's better.
14, 20, 24. Okay. Who wants to go first?
Oh, M's going first 100%.
All right. So M, how do you do the Alhisari finger dance?
So
Raven is taking another long swig of the rum while this is happening.
Nice.
So he spins the dagger and it kind of like rotates in his hand and then catches it with the blade down, and then basically it's 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 5 passes.
Okay. There's a sort of a rhythm that picks up as M does it. It's quick and furious, and you almost just like a blur, and then a triumphant slamming of the dagger down as you finish, and you do not draw blood. And there is a certain flair to it. You've done this before. Who wants to go next?
Mm-hmm.
Me.
All right, Faustus. You got a 20?
Faustus is very excited to try, and he has a 20.
Okay. So, you, are you offering your dagger for the game, M, or everybody supplying their own?
No, he'll offer the dagger.
Okay. So Faustus, the dagger's offered to you?
Faustus will. The dagger is offered. Faustus, I prefer the balance of mine, and pulls out the one that Tessa gave him.
Oh, okay. So you saw M showed you how it's done. You can tell me how you do this.
Interesting. Yeah, because there's a little flourish at the beginning, huh? There's a little opportunity to,
Mhm.
to flourish.
You get to show off a little bit before you
I
almost
think
take your fingers
Faustus-
off.
I think Faustus just sort of like sets his hand down on the table and is holding the dagger, and then just puts the dagger up in the air and lets go of it, and it stays there, and he just sort of like repositions his hand with his hand, and then he reaches back up and grabs it, and then goes.
Nice.
Because like the mage hand just like holds it in the air for a second. He's like,
You
M
have
is not only impressed, but like visually turned on.
nice.
He's like,
This is just like, yeah, you know, you get
Raven
daggers in a
takes
bunch of.
second long swig of the rum. She's just
and
like,
now here's the question: does Faustus draw blood?
Faustus, you position your hand, take hold of the knife, and you match M's speed. Perhaps it doesn't have the certain practiced flair because you've never played this game before, but you do match the speed. And as you finish your final flourish, you do not draw blood.
well done.
Renori will go next.
Okay. Renori, how would you like to do this?
How would you like to kill your hand?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm being asked?
I purposely did not say how do you want to do this, because that would have been worse.
She would pull out the dagger Faustus gave her. And just try to do it.
Okay. You do get a rhythm. Your rhythm is slower, not slow enough to be cheating, but the fear of taking your fingers off is really real. So where Faustus and M are sort of like, you were kind of like, which is not cheating. I hope the speed of that at least translated, if not the sound.
The speed translated, the sound did not.
Okay, that's fine. So, you get through all 5 passes. And you feel a sting on your middle finger. You've drawn blood.
Renori stands
Just
up.
missed the DC.
Renori stands up and slams her dagger into the table before sitting back down.
Okay. It is now Casper's turn. And Casper...
Renori is fuming. Like if there was a layer of water on her skin, it would be sizzling
Steaming, yeah.
into steam.
in,
Like
in the very periphery, as if like Raven kind of just like right here, there's the rum bottle. Like Raven has just like placed it on the side of Renori's face, like in case you
Like
want.
as Renori grabs the bottle, she also casts like the minor cure wounds on her injury.
Oh, you
And
don't
then
even need to. It's
and then-
it's more. It's nothing more than like a small cut. It's not.
Also, yes, I'm trying to kill a bug that's flying around. So if there's a bug and I can't kill it, it's driving me bonkers.
I know. I'm watching the saga.
Mhm.
I want clips of just you trying to kill this bug and nothing else from this episode.
I pay for a TTRPG reel, but it's just this.
Yeah.
So Renori, as she grabs the bottle, cure her wound, and then we'll take a big
Renori keep the bottle?
swig. She'll
Okay.
give it back.
So how does this game work? Do we go again?
I
Do you want an answer in character or out? Is that asking in character or out of
In
character?
character.
Oh, well, the last one to draw blood, of course, wins.
so you just keep going. Okay.
You keep going. Basically, we could streamline it, but basically you keep going. Typically, there's like a pot, and then whoever is the last standing gets that pot. You basically bet at the beginning how confident you are. In
Cool. Free
How much should you throw in? Because I definitely forgot about the gold pouch that you put down.
Yeah, there is. Let's see. There's. Well, how much do you like? How much gold do you guys have typically? I know how much I have, but like, what is the? Are you guys like filthy rich? Or are you? Okay,
Nah.
so like, let me see.
Middle class.
Let's do.
What are you guys, filthy rich? Like 1,000 platinum? Sound good to you guys?
Yeah.
No. I don't have that much. Like 20 gold.
Okay.
I'd say there's 20 gold.
Yeah.
Casper puts in 25. And now it's his turn. Casper, seeing everything that has gone on, just sort of shifts so that he doesn't have to look at Renori, because her aura is so violent right now. Just shifts a little bit.
It's no color. It's just like rated M for violence.
Yeah. And he sort of slides his hand onto the table. How is he gonna do this? Ooh, okay. He leans down to his leg and from the top of his boot pulls out a dagger. It's relatively simple and it's got an emerald on the pommel. And he sort of like twirls it between his fingers like he's thinking, and then he tosses it. And Faustus, you've seen this before because your blades do this. It stays in the air just a little bit longer than it should before it comes back down into his palm. And he looks at it, shrugs, and takes the speed that M did, although not having played this game before. And once he gets through his 5th pass, he, instead of slamming the blade down, he flicks it up and then catches it on the top of his finger. Because that was a natural fucking 20.
I hate how hot you are.
He kisses you on the cheek.
She
Em
elbows
bursts
him.
out into laughter, like jolly laughter, like
Nice.
Yes.
Raven is going to slide 10 gold to Faustus to help him bet in the pot, if he'll accept it.
Renori is gonna cast Bless on Faustus.
Damn.
Damn. Okay.
That's cheating.
At this moment,
Secretly.
roll me sleight of
Oh,
hand.
you're gonna
don't
roll
worry.
for that.
He sees Renori coming, not Renori, Raven slide over the gold, and he just like pulls his gold out and just like palms her gold with it, and just like drops a total of 30 gold in. So
Okay.
Raven's
Nice.
10 and then 20 of his own.
17.
Okay. M and Faustus, you may choose if you want to, but M definitely roll. Roll me perception check.
Why does it keep bouncing? might get away with this. 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Faustus, do you want to roll?
I did roll, and I got a 19.
Okay, so you don't pick up on it. You just see Renori kind of shift a little in Faustus's direction. Faustus, Renori just blessed you.
Takes note of that. It just smirks. It doesn't say anything.
Okay. At this moment, and just before you're about to start up your next rounds, and we're going to streamline this a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Tessa does kind of poke out of the back room and shuts the door. The bottle is pretty much empty, and she polishes off the last of it. And
did they not want to join us?
she kind of like pokes her head back in and asks, and I'm going to see if they do. Let's see.
What, it's Boomstick, John,
Oh yeah, I forgot about John.
and Ripley?
There's so many of them. Oh shit!
Why is it her?
As Tessa pokes her head back in and whispers, the door flings open, and then Ripley, and then John, and then Boomstick all like shuffle out, kind of bumping into each other, and then find a place within the circle.
Raven will hand, in good faith from the conversation before, Boomstick the rum bottle,
Mm-hmm.
to like have her partake from it.
Boomstick takes it so carefully you would think she was holding a baby. She takes it so gently. And you see like this visible concentration on her face as she holds the bottle. And then she takes a swig. And then she passes it off.
Did she not want to explode it?
Rum is flammable.
Yeah.
Rum is very flammable. So
There's
she
fires and nasty
passes.
things.
She passes the bottle off. Oh yeah, I forgot we have somebody who doesn't know what people look like. Really quick. So you see from the back just like the back of the house, there's two small bedrooms. So from one of the bedrooms, you see emerge a 7'2", 7'1", half orc woman. She has a deep green skin, very long, thick black hair that's decorated with small braids and pieces of gold, and it sort of just falls loose across her shoulder in really pretty waves. She has a very defined muscular physique, and she looks like she's just glowing with excitement, and she's wearing silk pajamas that are dark blue with little ducks printed on them, and she just sort of bounds over to this table and flops in a crisscross at the edge of the circle. Following her out is another half orc. He's shorter, so he's about 6 feet, just 6 feet tall. There's a striking resemblance, there we go, words, between the two of them. And his excitement is very similar to hers, so they both sit down next to each other and start talking. Following the two of them out is a like 5'8" woman, appears to be human. She has a very pale skin and a smattering of freckles that like pop out against her face, and this very vibrant like auburn hair that she's currently worked back into like a very messy ponytail, and like it sort of just poofs out behind her shoulders. And she's wearing clothes that look like they've been stained by years of working like in proximity to a forge, like soot, and she's got these like heavy working gloves on, and she seems comfortable even though it seems like a lot. And she also comes over. She sits a lot more timidly, but she does also sit. So Boomstick, who I just described, and then Ripley and John take their seats.
Sis and Raven need to describe themselves, don't they?
There's pictures.
Yeah, fuck us.
Okay.
Pictures.
I
have reference pictures. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
That's
No,
what
I'm
character
kidding.
art's
I'm
for.
totally kidding.
Hey, never mind.
Well, I will say, because it's different than my character art, half my hair is white and half my hair is black, split down the middle, and my
Oh,
eyes
that's
actually
true.
look like sort of like a yin and yang split, like a squiggle down the middle, like half black, half white, swirl. Sort of a vanilla chocolate swirl in the eyes and in the hair.
He's like an Oreo.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
More for M to be turned on about.
Oh God.
More anime shit for M to be turned on about.
Raven, you can describe your appearance as well if you would like.
Crispy just rolled for horny.
Yes, he
by
did.
the way.
Probably.
100%.
Raven looks like her character art. Only she's probably not in those like big robes. She's
Mhm.
just in like normal pirate-y half corset, like big blouse sort of thing, and pants. That was a big thing in the makeover episode. Raven needed pants. And she has.
Too
It
much
looks
dresses
like.
getting waterlogged and stuff.
Yeah, it was. She had that experience once and was like, never again. Um, she still has that one big white streak in the front of her hair, but it's almost like when you've let your hair dye grow out too long. Her hair is black, but towards the roots, there's just a lot of white happening, which is different from her character art. And that's
Yes.
it.
So, as our new friends join the circle, and Tessa also does come over to participate, here's how we're going to streamline this. Renori, because you've drawn blood, you are out of the next rounds.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. But Faust
I
and
will.
Raven, if you'd like to jump in, you may. But if you would...
No, I just.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm so
No, you're
sorry.
fine. What's up?
I just want to say that instead of, obviously because she's out this round, so instead of participating in the game,
Mm-hmm.
because she casts Bless on Faustus, she's then going to start being overly affectionate with Casper,
Okay.
like flipping to the other end of the spectrum. So just like sliding up like close to him.
Mhm.
Sure. Give him some dirty thoughts to distract him so he'll stab himself in the hand. Perfect.
No, yeah, I just rolled to see if Raven pays attention enough. That's a 21.
Yeah, you
Raven?
see Renori.
Yeah, Raven squints her eyes a little bit at what Renori is doing and will not say anything either.
Nice. So if you're participating in the next rounds, we're gonna start out with 2 more rounds if we don't get a clear winner. So we're gonna do the same thing, do a dexterity saving throw. There's a DC. It's going to get harder every round. So we'll see what happens.
Just
I've
like
got 8
him.
million people to roll for. Casper.
I was gonna say you could just do like out the second round and then just whoever has the highest roll. the third round
Nope.
is
I like
Okay.
making things difficult.
fun. Alright.
To make it spicy, I will
Let's
take
do
the
it. Let's do
the dice that I have out of the jail. Someone named Bonk got me in jail. Still don't know who the fuck got me my dice jail.
I think that was Alicia, but I don't know.
I felt like it was Alicia, but Bonk
like
is
it.
not an.
Dice
We use
jail.
Bonk so much here. It's not identifying information. Okay, I'm gonna take that one because this one has never rolled right ever in its lifetime. So I'm gonna add that to the pot to make things spicy. So Casper, John. Let's do this one
In its
for
lifetime.
Ripley.
Oh my
What
god,
is-
Ripley and John and them are joining in?
Yes, I need
Oh,
boomsticks,
God.
D20. So and Tessa. Almost forgot about Tessa.
Tessa's
Oh.
playing? Oh boy.
Tessa is playing, and this is about to get so much hornier than it already is.
Christy,
Yeah,
welcome to
I'm
what
taking a
is
particular
bisexual
interest in
disaster.
Tessa playing. What? What'd you say?
Welcome to what is bisexual disaster.
Oh, it's
Oh,
more than bisexual
man.
disaster.
Lots going on here, but I'm gonna start with the player characters. So,
Bisexual?
Pansexual disaster.
Quadrisexual.
oh, sure. Who would like to go first? Does anyone
Hold on.
particularly want to go first?
I'll stay at the top of the round.
Okay. So, roll your dexterity saving throw? Let me know what you got.
Ooh, I'm gonna use a luck point. Better. 17.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
And we'll do the same kind of flare again, where he flips his knife. It's obviously like not a tick, but like a.
It's something he does.
What would be the word? Yeah, it's just
Routine?
like routine for this game.
Yeah.
And This time he goes backwards, so he goes cross hands. So he starts at the far side, which is a lot harder. And he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the last rotation he does it again and then switches the other side. So just a little
Ooh,
bit of challenge.
That's some flair. Okay, so you move a tad slower because you almost catch yourself in the knuckle. And that is a lot worse than nicking your finger, and it shakes you a little bit. But you do get through all 5 rounds without breaking, like without drawing any blood. You don't stab yourself, but you see
Gotcha.
the like guttural instinct of, my God, I'm about to take my finger off kicks in, and it sort of fucks up your flow, but you're still flaring.
Gotcha.
Okay, you move on to the next round. Anyone particularly want to go next? Raven, are you playing?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so Faustus.
Faustus wants to go next.
Although I'll
Go,
roll to
Faustus,
see
go.
if what would happen.
Okay.
Paddled the rogues and their luck points.
This is so funny. Luck! Shit!
I know, shit, luck! Shit, luck!
Okay. All right. With the D4 from Bless from Minori,
Mhm.
that is a 23.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
How do you want to do your flare this time? You want to change it up at all? If you want to keep it the same, you can.
Oh yeah. Oh, Faustus is going to change it up. He, over the course of the past round, like Faustus has put his blade away,
Mm-hmm.
and he's going to just sort of like, he's going to be sitting there, and he's going to be doing that thing where he's talking to himself a little bit, and it's a little spooky, and he's just like, he's whispering, and he's just like, faster, and go faster. And he reaches down and he grabs Fang, and he pulls Fang out, and he tosses the blade up and spins it, and drops it to the opposite side and grabs it, and does it in reverse, and then does the flip, and then does it in reverse, and copies exactly what M did.
Oh shit. He's pulling out Fang. It's getting serious.
Using his flourish, too.
Okay.
Raven
He
is now
he imitates
smoldering.
it. Flip. But when he does that, literally just for flavor, because I think it's fun, I'm gonna burn a 2nd level spell slot and cast Blur.
Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, I love it. I
Cast the
love
spell
it.
Blur, all it actually does is make disadvantage on attacks against you.
Mm-hmm.
But so when he does it, he's sitting there and he's whispering into himself, and he's like, faster. I can go faster. And he grabs the knife, and his body starts vibrating, like that shimmer blur you get when something is shaking.
Yeah.
And his hand goes
Nice.
it's like machine gunning out the motions of back and forth. And when
Raven
he
is
stops, his hands like kind of shaking still, like after shaking, like.
Faustus
Raven is
is so
smoldering
cool.
similar way that Renori is, but for a different reason.
We know. So I'm gonna rattle through the NPCs real quick. Ripley's feeling confident, so she sort of squishes in between Faustus, just like next to Faustus, just for the moment to take her around. Looks at the daggers. She takes M's dagger because she does not have one. And ooh, she gets this like feral grin because she's played this before. And so she sort of like cracks the knuckles, puts the hand down, and you just see it happening. And she, no flare necessarily, but she goes through back and forth. And when she gets to the end and slams the dagger down, there is a faint off of her body, almost in the way that Faustus is shimmering, a pulse of iridescent energy that just kind of, it doesn't do anything, but it's just like sort of comes off of her body just a little bit and then recedes back in as she like cheers for herself. And then she kind of like, right, next. And John kind of like, move! Squishes up next to her. And Ripley goes like, John, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but don't. And John's like, I can do this. I'm fine. I've got it. Ripley's
Lady
like,
Mustard.
I don't think you do. And John, without answering, swipes the knife from her. This, like, intense, and you've seen Minori with this face. It's like, you feel like it's an academic thing, or anyone that has, like, touched a book in their life, you know? Like, this really brows-drawn, intense look, like he's studying the game. Takes the dagger, does his passes. On the fourth pass, he just barely, like, turns the dagger, avoids slicing through his finger, but continues and gets through all 5. You see the moment where he looks at his finger like, but he is not bleeding. Boomstick takes the dagger, kind of, you see her almost for a moment go to, like, spit in her hand and then realizes it's not her blade and, like, visibly does not do that. And then she, without much flair either, does her 5 rounds as fast as Casper without flinching. I rolled really well.
I was gonna say, dang.
Casper takes it after her, kind of smirks at her, throws the dagger up behind his back, catches it in the other hand, and then also does the cross grip. And then he kind of spins the dagger on the table at the very end and then flicks it up with his finger and then catches it. And he passes it off to Tessa. Tessa also rolled really well.
Oh, damn, let's
Oh.
go.
Everyone...
Got a bunch of pirates up in here.
This is a Dex-based campaign, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so.
No.
Tessa sort of looks at it and chuckles a little bit nervously. And she glances up at you, Em, and she glances at Faustus. Kind of shrugs a little bit. Cracks her neck. And she takes it. And it's just like the game wasn't how the game was intended to be played. It's
it's
smooth.
all flair. It's just
Like, she doesn't even need the tricks. It's just smooth and with almost as if, like, the table was made of nothing at all. The dagger just moves. And when she's finished, she just sort of... That was fun. We're gonna do one more round. And this is gonna be sudden death. Everyone's gonna roll a disadvantage.
After Casper finishes his turn, Renori, like, kisses along his jawline and, like, on his cheek and stuff. Like,
Okay.
yeah.
He's like, smiles a little bit and kind of, like, tilts his head a little, and then turns and gives you a full kiss on the lips. Okay, so I have to roll how many... I've rolled 5 d20s, so now I need 5 more. You'd think I don't. You'd think I don't have to do that. That I could just roll every person one at a time. That's not the case. I do actually need 5 more d20s.
So how
Because
does,
I have 5 more d20s.
how does luck work with disadvantage? Because as
Incredibly broken way.
because it adds an extra dice. So as written, you would roll 3 dice.
You would re-roll
the
your worst
lower
one.
Number.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gotcha.
Here we go. So now I have 10 d20s in front of me. Because this is D&D. I'm going to roll for the NPCs. Who would like to... Do you want to keep the same order? We start with them.
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep. Okay.
Do you need a new character
Okay.
already?
No. All right, so I'm gonna use another luck point. I rolled a 6 and a 17.
Oh.
Okay, I re-rolled the 6. It was a 14, so plus 8. That's gonna be 22.
Okay.
Math 22. So, but this is okay. So M takes the dagger from whoever had it, and he's going to use his mage hand to act as his flare hand. And his mage hand is like a tidal green with like seaweed wrapped in between it and
Ooh.
kind of like almost drawn and bony. And he looks Tessa directly in the eyes as he's doing his passes. I don't know if I
Okay.
made the DC, but we'll see. So it's either gonna be hilariously bad or
What did you rolled a 22, you said?
22. Yeah.
Okay. You do your passes back and forth. Keep up your same pace. And you get to the end, you get to the final slam, and you're like, you give her like a look, and she's just staring at you in horror. And as you look down, your dagger is square in your pinky.
Oh my god! That's...
Renori
Oh.
like stifles back a snort.
The pain hasn't hit you between the rum and the shock, but it's like so in there. And Tessa just kind of like almost combat rules
Jake,
over
I
to
saw
you.
the panic in your eye a little.
And she comes over to you and she like just I'm sorry, and yanks the dagger out, which that's when you feel it. That's when it hits you. And she just kind of gently rests her hand on top of yours, and it's warm. And she's going to burn a cure wounds for you. And you watch as the pinky just closes itself back up, and got feeling in it again. That's good. But you're out. That sucks.
And just
Wow, a whole
laughs it
spell
off.
for him.
Why is it so high?
Pretty
Well, friends,
special.
this is what
It was a
happens when
cantrip.
you play a game with knives while you're drinking very strong alcohol.
Yeah.
I did say sudden death.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Ben's not phased, by the way. It does hurt, but he's laughing. Like, he's been here before. He knows that part of the gamesmanship can fail, so
Mhm.
he's having a great time.
so you
If you look at Amanda's hand, there's just little nicks. Like,
Oh
Like
yeah, no,
scarred over.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
I love it.
like they got the attention they wanted, so it doesn't matter.
That's fair. I can't blame you. Faustus, would you like to go next?
I would. Here, I'm gonna roll disadvantage first.
You are so visibly stressed. You are
It's
so.
a high roll. I mean, it's a high DC. It's got. Oh my
And
god.
then I'm gonna use my.
I did say sudden death, and you're
Uh-huh.
going
No, I
faster
know. I
at
love
showing
it.
off.
I love it.
See what happens.
Was...
You're like doing math to like launch a rocket ship
why
right
am I
now.
holding my breath like
Right?
I'm rolling?
Subpar and disappointing is my results. Subpar and
Aw.
disappointing.
Oh.
Let's see.
Damn, if I rolled a 22 and the dagger ended up in my pinky.
Yeah, I know. I got like a 2. Where the F?
I was gonna say if it's lower than a 20, someone's losing a finger.
I didn't find the history.
Anyway,
Okay. Yes.
I really
Uh,
like. I want blood.
Mm-hmm.
F this.
That's not a number, bestie.
This is the
My
most
final
evil
number is
Liz has been.
14. I hate
A
it.
14.
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
worst.
How would you like to do this, Faustus?
I think he probably just stabs himself right in the hand.
I'll take care of that part. How would you like to go into it?
This is the most punishing Liz has been as a DM, and it's for this
Because
one
it has
thing
no
that
consequences.
Crispy came in with, so I'm blaming Crispy.
I've been
Well,
feeding
it does
Liz
have,
ideas
it has
the last
a
couple
consequence
weeks.
because if all of us stab our hands, then nobody gets the pot. I think he would probably. Trying to think. I don't think he has anything really extra that he wants to throw at it this time.
Okay.
I think that's right. I think he would probably just
You just go for it?
just goes for it. Yeah, just keeps it similar to the last time he did it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. You slice a chunk off your finger. You go straight into the table, keeping on your rhythm, but you get too close to your finger and you clean take a chunk off of it. Ouchie. It is smooth though. Like like if it didn't hurt, it would have been so cool.
I think
Renori.
Faustus, though, he keeps going.
Oh,
Like, he
okay, yeah.
finishes the set. So he cuts the finger and just keeps going, and it just like the blood is just pooling out, and he's finishing the set.
Mm-hmm.
Renori. Do you?
What?
Faustus has flesh missing from his finger.
Give me your. Come on.
With the chunk. Don't forget the chunk.
Renori can heal the chunk back.
The chunk,
I
the
know.
chunk
No,
of finger
The chunk has to go
lifts
back.
up off the table. It lifts up off the table, and little drops of blood are falling off of it, and then it goes back into his hand. So Faustus's mage hand is completely invisible because he has the telekinetic feat.
Mhm.
So
Yes, I know.
things just move around him. So like his chunk of
Oh,
finger
okay.
just goes like it sticks back into his
Renori
finger, and then he lets it out.
will
Renori.
heal wounds. There you go.
All right.
Thank you, Renori.
You're welcome.
Now it's the NPC's turn.
Raven will take wherever the boo-boo happens and will lightly kiss it, even though it's healed.
Boo boo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Boo.
Casper looks a little nervous.
Does Renori clock that? The kissing the boo boo?
Such a good question. Such an
You
I
wanna
mean,
roll
I
perception?
wasn't doing it like.
I
I
mean,
wasn't
if she's
hiding.
not hiding it, then no, you would just
You
see
want
it.
me to roll for stealth? to
No.
see- like I just
No.
duck into a corner.
If she wasn't hiding it, you would see it, Renori.
Okay, then I see it. Another mental note. Doot doot doot.
Okay.
Here's my question: do I see Renori see it?
You can roll me a perception check for that.
Now, do I see Faustus seeing Renori's? No. I'm
You
kidding.
know, I'll
I'm kidding.
roll
That's a
two.
Roll
21.
initiative.
21.
Roll it.
A 21 for perception.
Yeah, you would
I
see
got a
Renori
16.
see it.
So, Faustus, in the moment as Raven is kissing the boo-boo and Renori clocks it, Faustus' eyes just shift over, make eye contact with Renori, and just wink. Just
Nice.
a big wink.
Do I
Renori-
see that Faustus did that with a 16?
Sure.
Renori rolls her eyes and literally goes back to trying to leave a hickey on Casper's neck.
Okay.
Okay.
I like activities. It is actually Casper's turn, so that is auspicious.
She failed a Constitution saving throw for
For
the
what?
alcohol. Being drunk.
Oh,
Oh, I thought you meant that Casper somehow failed the Constitution.
No,
and that's why he
Renori's
had to hit.
drunk.
I thought you just had installed like a Constitution roll to see if you could resist being horny, and I was like, when did we
No.
establish that?
By the way,
No.
Emma's clocking all this and
Why would it be a
is
just taking it in.
is loving it. Like just
I
the
rolled a
weird
3.
like back and forth of like trying to outdo each other. He's got his hand now in his chin. And he's just
There's
smiling.
so
just-
much homoerotic tension in this room,
Yeah.
and you cannot like. There's clear which like some of them are partners, but to you,
Yeah.
honestly, they're just all dating.
Yeah.
Um,
Which M is totally down. Like he's like, yep, this is great.
it's Casper's turn, and he
oh.
looks a little nervous.
Raven has an
And-
18 for that
He should.
Constitution
He
save
should. 'Cause
against
this is
the
gonna be
alcohol.
hard for him.
You know what else should be hard for
Okay,
him?
okay.
Oh boy.
God. So
Spoiler.
Casper,
Roll it.
no.
Never mind.
Casper sort of
Oh, okay.
Crispy
roll a
had to
D12
excuse
real quick.
himself for that.
Can we roll a d12?
no.
Roll erection check.
Casper spins the
It would
dagger
probably be a
across the
D6.
back of his knuckles
D8.
and then sort of lets it slide down and catches it and then goes to town. He
Yeah,
gets
he
through
does.
all 5 rounds without drawing blood because that was a natural 20.
Damn.
So
Renori means nothing.
he
Wait,
Or this
wait,
is spurring
who?
him on.
What?
as he
Wasn't it a disadvantage?
yes
He
I
got a
rolled-
natural 20. It doesn't.
I
Two
rolled
natural 20s?
I rolled 2. Do you want me? I can't show you.
I can't believe it.
I can't show you.
Don't
I
do
can.
it.
Does happen.
I.
Damn it.
These are Casper's die. These are the two sets I have. They're both natural 20s. He's a lucky ass bastard.
He rolled 4 rolls and rolled 3 natural 20s. I hate this guy.
He's an asshole. And it's not, and then we're gonna get into combat, he's gonna die. You know, like, it's just gonna be fine.
Hey,
So, what?
What the fuck?
It's fine. So, he gets through all 5 passes. And, when he finishes the last pass, he just sort of slides his hand up Minori's thigh. But yeah, he does not draw blood. So, that's Casper. It's Tessa's turn, because I grabbed her dice first. Tessa takes her blade, and she gets through her passes, and it's still just smooth, like with practiced intent. But she brings the knife down, and it goes into her thumb, and she just kind of, oh. And
Are you okay?
yeah, I'm fine.
Raven will hand the rum bottle over. She's surprisingly sober, considering that Raven's just been like taking swigs of this periodically. And she'll hand it over for like more for Tessa to drink it to help manage the pain than to use it as like a topical thing.
Her gaze lingers on you for just a little too long, and then she takes it, and she takes a swig. Pulls a knife out, kind of just brings it to her mouth, and when she pulls her hand away, cure wounds. Her hand is healed. So, Tessa's out. Casper's in. Boomstick's turn. Gonna roll a blue d20 in honor of Tide. Oh shit! Boomstick takes the dagger, and she kind of looks at Casper, sticks her tongue out, and does it faster than him, and also does not draw blood. Because that was a 17 and an 18. It is now Ripley's turn. No, I gotta roll Ripley's seashell. Where's the seashell? I can't find her seashell. This is upsetting. Ripley takes the blade. She doesn't even get through round 2 before she, you know, you have like the space between her fingers. She stabs a little too close and makes that a little bit too wide. And she kind of just looks at it. It doesn't seem to bother her. Oh, it's a baby.
He's sleeping.
Ripley is out. John's turn.
Believe it or not, Ripley is out.
This is, I know, so shocking. You know, there's a magical number. 3 is a magical number. You never know what might happen the 3rd time you do something. John takes the blade, looks at Ripley, visibly sweating, and he takes his passes. He gets to pass number 4, and the same thing he almost did last round. He gets nervous and kind of misjudges it, and just goes straight through his finger, and it does come off. And he kind of just looks at it, and Ripley goes, okay, Tessa! And Tessa just kind of, oh, shit! And puts a hand on his cure wounds.
Renori's like, thank God I didn't have to use a spell slot for that.
Tessa's doing the work.
M kind of chuckles with, it does happen, and he waves his finger, and there's just like a line across one of his fingers, a scar, like down deep, like second knuckle, like clearly he had cut it off at some point.
That's
Like,
So
it's Boomstick and Casper, I think.
Casper left, yeah.
It's Boomstick and Casper. Yeah. Okay. Another sudden death. It'll be funny if this is just the end of the rest of the session. The next 30 minutes is just me rolling for this. Casper.
All right, guys, round 30. Let's go.
Okay, so
4 natural 20s for Casper.
Boomstick gives Casper the knife because she went last, so it's top of the round. It would be Casper's turn, and he sort of takes it. What would he do? Hold on. My God. He takes his hand, Minori, and he just sort of like pulls you a little bit closer and gives you a kiss on the temple. And then his hand just sort of slides down to the cheeks, and just gives you like just a little bit of a wink before pulling his hand away to do his round. And on his final pass, he takes the blade and sheaths it into his boot because he did not draw blood. Boomstick looks at him like, you fucker, I need that knife. Pulls out her own, takes her passes. And she just, like, as she's going, like, very much Renori earlier with, like, the fuming aura, like, just gets more and more intense. And on the fourth pass, the blade goes directly into the heavy working glove she's wearing. And she just kind of looks at it with the knife sticking out and pulls it out, but she's not bleeding, but she's been taking out, so Casper won. He did not get a nat 20, but he got an 18 and a 19.
Yikes.
And his dex is ridiculous. So
Yes, son of a gun.
these are
M
the
grabs-
two luckiest motherfucking
sorry.
dice on the planet.
M grabs what's left of the rum bottle and goes, what is it, Redbane? Sorry.
Yeah, Redbane.
Casper Redbane, everyone!
He
and takes a chug.
he sort of laughs a little
A
bit.
all-around professional display. Well done.
Thank you. Had a lot of practice.
But that didn't help.
Faustus
Raven
with
will just
this.
like
Faustus.
rub the back of Faustus's back. Like, you did a good job.
For the record,
Faustus,
Faustus,
like,
I did think
sorry,
it was
Faustus.
quite impressive. You know I admire you.
Of
For
course.
the record,
We'll have to
Faustus, I
play
was
again.
rooting for you there for a while.
Yes, I know this.
The night continues. Casper surprisingly humbly taking his victory in stride.
Yeah, he's a cocky motherfucker.
He is a cocky motherfucker, but he tones it down a little bit. And the drink continues to pass, and your bottle is depleted by night's end. Everybody do me a constitution check if you haven't already.
I just rolled a dirty 20.
Nice.
This is the most sober Raven's been while drinking.
This is true.
I rolled a 7.
Minori.
16.
Okay, we got
I
6.
rolled an 8.
Okay, so we got Faustus and Renori are trashed. Tess is fine.
Oh,
Casper's
I don't
fine.
think I've ever seen Faustus trash.
Oh, I should roll for Boomstick too. Boomstick is trash.
Yeah.
So the night continues on. The game is won. Casper actually takes he takes the gold pot, which is God. We had 30, 25,
It's a pretty
20.
big pot.
So that's
75.
75.
Thank you.
75 gold. That's.
I don't
nothing
think
to
we added
scoff
any
at.
more than that. That's 75 gold. So he kind of just takes it. He takes 20 of it, and then he leaves the other 50 on the table. The 55 on the table. I don't need it. Fun game. Happy to win. Take your gold.
Renori reaches out and grabs his hand.
I thought you were going to say grabs the 55.
Thank you.
Very cool of you to leave this behind. I'll
Yeah.
just-
It was a really humble moment for you.
They don't.
Takes Tessa's bag, puts it next to the table.
Yes.
It's not like they have a shared bank account. So like,
Oh,
You
at this point,
know?
they're basically they're going to do that thing where, you know, it's like, I forget what it's called, but if you're living with a person for 7 years, essentially you're like married. and
you
there's a
become
lot, like-
legal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
That
Registered
happened except
domestic
for Renori and
partnership,
Casper. It was
RDP.
7 minutes.
okay. Renori will grab his hand if he's receptive,
Yeah.
and also if he's receptive, pull him backwards until her back is against the wall, and he's like pinning her up against it, and she'll kiss him.
Yeah. He'll take it.
Do you think we're going to be sleeping out here tonight? Raven asks out loud to the group.
Oh
And
my god!
Now leaning against like one of the walls, talking
Mhm.
to Tessa. Very sneakily casts Tasha's hideous laughter on Casper.
Okay. What is it? What's it say?
It's a wisdom save, yeah.
Oh my
What is the DC?
What's your
Let
DC?
me see. I should have looked at that before I cast
No, you're
it.
good, you're good.
It's 14.
Casper and Renori. So Renori, you pull him to the wall, and immediately fall into each other's company. Because it's muscle memory for you. And then at one point, Casper snickers. And then he starts laughing. And then he's, like, losing his shit. And he just kind of falls over on the floor. And, like, face down is just, like, kind of just pounding the ground.
Dispel magic.
He just sort of, like a balloon deflating, just sort of wheezes into the hardwood. And then stands up.
Should I roll insight to see if Renori knows who the fuck did this?
If you want to, and you can roll me performance to pretend you didn't, or deception, whichever is better.
That's a
deception,
motherfucking
odd.
natural 20.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
For a 25.
See if you can beat a
Okay.
25.
We'll see.
I got Caduceus' little mushroom.
Oh, it's a 20.
Mhm.
But it's a 20, yeah. A dirty 20.
It's not immediately obvious, but you do settle on M.
Renori locks on to you from across the room. And she's
So
gonna
many power spells.
M just fireball. M just disintegrates.
We did turn the house into a
Hey,
fireplace
can I make a
after all.
perception check too, DM, to see if I notice, like, who did what? in
Yeah,
the
sure.
situation?
Go for it.
And
16.
Okay.
you know what?
You, keeping with M's role, you have your hunches, but you can't confirm anything off of anybody's body language.
Raven rolled a 25 on an insight check to sort of vibe check the room because she heard the laughter and then how
Something
it
is
died.
happening.
And then how Renori's just standing there, so Raven's now like, what?
Em and Tessa look very amused about something.
Mm-hmm.
Renori
And
looks like...
Renori is back at that, like...
Yeah.
Fuck you,
Renori,
fuck
if
you,
looks
fuck
could
you.
kill.
Yeah.
Raven, what's going on? Something's going on.
I think
I feel
that
tension.
I think that M did something. I'm assuming it was the cause of the laughter, and now Renori seems like she's going to kill him.
Renori
She's
casts.
going to actually kill him.
I don't know. That's
What
the
does
thing.
Renori
She's
cast?
capable.
She casts dancing lights
Hmm.
all around his face at like really big, bright, glowing orbs to kind of like stun his vision, like to get them all
M, roll me
blurry
a
eyed.
constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution.
Constipation saving throw.
Only a constipation save.
Let's just see how your bowel movement is for the rest
Yeah,
of the
let's check what's going on down there.
Let's see if she makes you shit your pants.
Can I
There's
use
so
my bowel
many-
move?
so
part of my
many
bowel
things I
movement
could do
and
right
take
now,
action
but-
And then use the rest of my bowel movement?
What?
Oh my
I have
god,
30 feet of
Jake.
bowel movement.
Jake, stop.
Every day people say things to me on this channel.
Alright, con throw.
Yeah, con saving throw.
I have advantage on con saving throws because I have Warcaster.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, does that apply? Saving throws that
I think it's
this
just
might
for
not apply.
concentration.
It's concentration, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not. It's saving throws on concentration. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you're this is that. You're concentrating on not being blind.
What was it again? It was
A con save.
Con save. 6.
Your vision whites out for like a little bit as these orbs just sort of towards and just latch onto your face, and they don't hurt upon contact. It's just it would be like being a comfortable distance from a candle, but the light is so bad. It's so bad, and it hurts a lot, and you definitely have a headache.
I would like to take this opportunity to take 55 gold off the table on the
Okay, yeah.
Smart.
Roll me a sleight of hand with advantage.
Beautiful.
because half of the room is distracted right now.
Okay, that's a 23. And check.
Easy as pie. You slide it off the table. You can add 55 gold to your inventory.
Raven at that moment will lean over to Faustus, and will kind of be like, "So she didn't kill him. That's good. That's good."
Renori,
And,
as you're in the process
Faustus
of
is sliding
dancing
10 gold.
lights.
Raven.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was just saying Faustus slides Raven's 10 gold back to her.
Okay.
Like, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just hands it back to you. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Raven will be like, I think Raven will wonder where the money came from. Should she look over to the table?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, she'll look over at the table like, what?
Okay.
And it's gone, right?
Yeah, it's not
fully
there.
Gone. It used to be like a small pile of gold, and it's just fully gone.
But 10 gold in her hand. Raven will give a knowing smile and just pocket her 10 gold back.
Nice.
Nice.
No snitching here. Renori, as you're in the process.
Raven came from the streets. She knows the number one rule of the streets.
Okay. Okay.
Stitches,
Okay.
stitches.
I'm Raven from the streets.
Not this. Not this.
I'm still Raven from the block.
Stormborn Curse has been great, guys.
Oh my god.
We're done. Renori.
Oh, Maya, we should have a quit counter for whenever Liz quits.
One day I'm going to invest in wireless headphones so I can just get up and walk away. It's been my instinct, and I've trained myself not to flee because I will tear my entire computer off of the wall.
Yeah, I've had
Yeah. Renori, as you're casting dancing lights, Casper is still sort of leaned into your side, like just the last few giggles kind of leaving him. And you effectively, for a few moments, blind M. Tessa looks over to you and just still, there's that amused smile. And roll me an insight check.
Okay. 24.
Okay. This is, I said this earlier, and you did notice it, but you really take it in just like this few seconds. Like, this is the happiest she's seemed in a long while, and it just sort of touches your heart for a second.
Mental note.
As the light fades and your soul returns to the mortal coil, as you do not ascend past the veil.
You ever think you're about to see God and turns out it was just dancing lights?
Oh, M's amused. He's loving this.
Yeah, once you blink the spots out of your eyes and your skull stops hurting, it is pretty funny.
Yeah. He doesn't like giggle out loud, but
He's
he
amused.
kind of like heartily chuckles, like throat chuckles. Kind of looks down and then looks over at Tessa and goes, well, it's been quite a night. Maybe a breath of fresh air.
Sure. I wouldn't mind at all.
And he, lets her lead the way out to
Okay.
the porch area.
Lilith,
Raven's going to after
invisibility.
Tessa.
Oh God.
Oh my god. Raven is going to stop before they leave. But after Tessa has left, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she'll sort of hold onto his wrist
Nice.
or his arm
Sorry.
or something.
That was
That was
beautiful.
a-
It had volume,
I tried to
vibrato.
And so she'll sort of stop him and hold his arm for a second. And she'll very sincerely say, Tessa's very special to all of us.
He nods, kind of does one of these. She was very special to my people.
And then Raven will give like a one nod and let go of his arm and let them leave together with an eyebrow raised very.
Just one eyebrow up here.
They're just going outside. They're not like.
Faustus literally just watches them walking away, and one
Be a romp
eyebrow
in the
goes
bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Poof.
up. One eyebrow goes up, and he squints, and his hand goes out, and Lilith just sort of slithers off the end, and then as she takes flight, she's vanishing like gradually as she turns invisible. Because he just like casts invisibility on her as she slides
That's
across the
so badass.
For Crispy,
Yes.
because you haven't met Lilith yet, the little snake friend hanging out on Faustus's shoulder, and she has bat wings, and she's baby.
Oh
we love
my
her.
god, I love it.
Renori
She's
calls her the
baby.
worm.
Yes,
Oh.
she's.
Is there anything that Renori doesn't call something meat? No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Casper. No, actually, I can't say that.
No, she's pretty mean to Casper from what I see.
But it's like affectionate.
No, I know.
Okay, so yeah, you step out into the night air, and it is fresh and crisp, still quite cool out. And the door sort of gently shuts behind both of you, and Tessa just sort of smiles at you, kind of arms swinging by your side a little bit. So, fresh air.
What was the name of was there like a city in Al-Hasari that was like the main city that?
Al-Hasari was a reference to the forest and the settlement within. It was sort of, the whole forest used to be a much larger settlement, and then as clans started migrating, it just remained to be the city. So the name never changed.
Gotcha. So like, if I were to reference the city itself,
She would know. Yeah, you just say
Al-Hasari.
Al-Hasari.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. M kind of puts his arms on the banister like this, looking out into the night. Do you remember on the edge of Al-Hasari, the arbor where they would make the wine?
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
beautiful trees. And in those trees, the places where the workers would live, and the groves.
Of
Do you remember
course.
that place?
Yes. I used to, late at night, I used to like to take a walk out there when I could. And it was usually quite busy, but it was a nice, quiet, kind place.
When I was a child, I would get lost in amongst the small trees. I don't know what they're called. Are they trees? Like, they're not really trees. That
Bushes?
Bushes, I guess.
they're
Vines.
For the grapes.
vines. They're vines, yeah, but they're like
For
No, I heard that the vines were actually dead. Actually. All right. Sorry. That was such a
That was
poor
a-
joke.
Hey, is your arm hurting from that stretch? Cause dang.
like you are reaching.
Oh,
Like your arm could just come into
Out of
frame.
order.
you are out of order.
From the arbor that was there, they would have set up the vines in like lattice work, kind of like
Gotcha.
Stardew, like how they do their stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. As a child, I would get lost amongst the vines. My mother, she never really watched me too well. My father, I never knew him. And I used to remember the quiet of that place. The crickets softly playing their music of the night. I miss it now and then.
She kind of
I miss it.
she looks out and she sort of bumps your shoulder a little bit. Faustus, because I assume you have the Lilith cam active.
This is correct.
It would. I feel like the best vantage point for her, even though she's invisible, is probably kind of. We have added a porch to this house. There's a porch on this house, because this is adorable and I love it. Lilith is just sort of drooped over the edge of the gable and just kind of looking down. So you're getting sort of a top diagonal view.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So Tessa sort of just bumps her shoulder a little bit, and she's sort of a wistful smile, and I similar situation, I suppose. I mean, you probably already know, but my father wasn't the most popular of folk, and my mother.
You don't say.
Oh. My mother wasn't. Our relationship was much more complicated than I believe came across. So, between that and taking care of the kingdom and the city, I certainly understand what it means to favor the quiet. The notion of getting lost is really charming to me now.
Always running. Well, maybe that's the wrong word. Always moving.
Exactly.
And what do you do when you lose such an exquisite place? You know, there are more out there. Few, maybe, but more. All running. All hiding. Shame, really.
I used to, God, I feel silly. I used to, when I got older, after everything happened, I used to think about what it would be like to go out across Faerun and, I don't know, put out a signal, a call, to tell people if they were out there, someone had made it. But, I don't... I let go of that after everything.
I don't blame you. Unfortunately, our past sometimes does catch up to us, though. Don't always run. You don't have to. Remember, our people were a strong one.
She sort of turns a little bit, so her hip is kind of aligned with the banisters. So she's kind of leaning to face you a little bit more directly.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, it is refreshing to encounter someone who seems to understand so readily what it meant to lose so much, even though it feels like such a time has passed.
I jest many times, but in the end I lost it all. Whether it was business, friends, family, it was all gone. Yes, it's easy to look at it as coin or people and to move on, but the whole of my heart is still there. Those memories, the quiet, the care our people took. That's something this world doesn't know that they miss.
Yeah. Suppose they don't. And as a breeze sort of drifts through the outer bit of the porch, she just kind of gazes at you. And there's a little bit of a flush from the alcohol, of course, but she seems present about herself. I have to say, meeting you was quite a surprise, but I do hope that, at least for our paths crossing at the moment, that we could offer you some company.
Sometimes our fate balances on the tip of a dagger. We never know which way we're going to fall. I welcome the company, for what time it could last.
Tip of a dagger, I like that. And there is a quiet moment. Is there anything you would like to do in this moment, Em?
I would ask her if she will let me kiss her.
you see this beautiful smile. Of course.
And he leans in and just very gently kisses her on the lips.
This is so cinematic. Like the moonlight is coming through the porch. There's a gentle breeze, and you do taste the remnants of the wine on her, but it is just gentle, both in intention and in peace. It is in an odd way, a reunion. And as you pull apart, she's just got that smile, and she goes, well, the least I could do is walk you to your tent.
Lead the way.
Okay. And she, she sort of like cornily offers her arm, like she knows what she's doing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And as the two of you make your way around from away from the cabin, she sort of just casts one last look back at Isolda's house. And Faustus, because you're looking through Lilith's eyes, roll me an insight check, please. You can use your stats for this, because I don't think Lilith has an insight modifier.
Yeah.
That's not, animals usually don't.
It's a 14 for insight.
A 14. There's a complicated look that crosses Tessa's face, but something you do catch. I'm gonna say this and it's gonna sound so icky, but it's not what I mean. So I'm trying to figure out how to... Uncertainty. Not in the sense of consent, but uncertainty in more of an emotional sense. Like she's conflicted about something, but she seems consenting to what's going on. And then you watch, and she just casts this, like, almost sullen look back at the cabin, and then they continue out. I assume you kind of direct her to the tent, because she does not actually know where your tent is.
It was more of like a formality, like...
Yeah.
Piece, yes.
So you make it to the outside of the tent. You have a moment. Just sort of, this is your stop.
Are you fucking?
Are you just looking at her, or are you asking with your eyes?
You know, here, okay, because we're gonna roll high-low on this to see how
Ooh.
M reacts.
Okay.
Low, he will politely disengage.
Mm-hmm.
High, he will be more
Sorta.
consentingly aggressive.
Horny.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm into it. I like this.
Okay, it's a 3, so he's going to kind of take her hand and kiss it gently and say, "Till the morning."
Have a good night.
Kind of leave her with, like, that feeling, and then kind of shadow disappear back into his head.
Just like, I am the night. She watches you fade into the tent, and because of the lantern light emanating from the inside of it out, you can see her silhouette as she lingers for just a moment before you hear the grass crunch and she begins to walk away. Back at the cabin, Tessa stepped out with M. Faustus, you don't see, as soon as they start passing through, like, the outer reaches of the village, like, you would lose visual. So you could send Lilith to fly and shadow, but it's up to you. You would have to, like, ask her to go do that.
Yes. I think Faustus would basically he would disconnect the visual and just tell Lilith to kind of keep an eye on things to make sure everything stays kosher, and as long as it does, he's not trying to prevent anything from happening. He's just doesn't know this guy and wants to make sure that everybody's safe.
Being
So he's
nosy,
like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lilith keeps an eye, and you witness that.
Like, had they gone into the tent together, Faustus would have said, "Lilith, I'm checking out right now, and if something goes wrong, you let me know, and I will be there with daggers."
Yeah.
go.
So Lilith sort of gives you the snake no arms thumbs
All
up,
clear.
all clear. And you are aware that Tessa's beginning to make her way back.
All right.
Back inside the cabin though, you do have a Tessa-less moment as M has departed. John has fallen asleep across Ripley's lap, like just kind of
He's baby.
He's passed out. And Ripley just sort of has an arm over him, like just holding him a little bit, but she's just in some quiet conversation with Boomstick, who looks trashed, but like so invested in what Ripley is saying, like drunk girl in the bathroom invested.
Like just slightly swaying, but
Yes.
like, intense eye contact.
Damn it, and
Just
Renori's trash too.
Yes.
Faustus is also trashed, by the way. I don't know if we've forgotten that.
Raven and Casper are the most sober people in this room right now, and Ripley.
Raven, I think, has stopped drinking, but the alcohol has caught up just a little bit, so she's kind of feeling herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote this in chat, but she uses thaumaturgy to make the lights sort of like pulse different colors.
Oons, 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 oons.
Yeah, it's just there's
It
no
also
music.
sets up a nice low bass beat with minor illusion.
Nice.
And she's just sort of like vibing. Wesley's out like on the top
Aw,
of her head.
Wesley's-
and, like, Raven's sort of like.
Wesley's like waving his claws. Wesley is a tiny ghost crab.
It is. I don't know if everybody's aware, but like the vibe BTTV emote of like the bunny who's just like
Yeah.
this,
Yeah.
right?
Which I added to the channel, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah. So like it's kind of like very much that, like a very wholesome, just like bouncing beat of
I
just
love it.
Renori.
Raven sort of just feeling herself.
Renori, what are you up to?
Well, I have
Are
to
you
take into
drunk?
account how drunk Renori is.
I know. Casper is so amused with you right now. It is not hitting him as hard as it is hitting you. You're very aware
Yeah.
of it.
So, did you like want to hurt my feelings today, or is that something that you just do now?
What? What are
You
What?
know exactly what I'm talking
I-
about.
I'm going to pull back because I
What?
am sensing that I am in trouble. So I'm going to reevaluate. If
What
I
are we
said something,
reevaluating?
if I said or did something that made you uncomfortable or hurt your feelings, I am genuinely very sorry. If you are
Do you
messing with
wanna-
me, then you can kiss me about it.
No, I am not messing with you.
Okay.
I'm genuinely upset, and perhaps half of the rum bottle is hiding that a little bit.
Why are you... What's going on?
How do you... I think that's why I'm mad. Because it's so flippant to you. You don't even remember that you did it today.
He's doing the, like, did I forget anniversary face? Like,
The math calculating.
I
over his
calculate,
head.
yes.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
On the
just...
beach.
Seventh dimension, trying to.
We had a wonderful chat on the beach. I'm not... Was it because I said we should just think about things?
No, you... With M.
Yeah.
not the O.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Are you still sorry now that you know what it is?
This is Liz laughing because I have to decide if he is. Because I genuinely don't know. So we're gonna do a high-low. If it's high, he's sorry. He just sort of rocks back and forth on his heels for a second. I am sorry. And I do mean that. I was just teasing. But I can see that it didn't come across right, and I apologize. Seriously. I wasn't doing that to upset you. I thought we were having a triangle, and the triangle was more of a line. And
It
that wasn't
was
cool.
completely a line. I think the first words out of my mouth to him were that I didn't like them. So, it's possessive of me, and I know that. And I know that that's not necessarily super awesome. And I want to be more chill, but there yet. So, that hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, my headset disconnected. That's fine.
You're good. I'm gonna turn.
You're good.
You've been like getting progressively quieter over the source of the episode. Hold on.
Yeah, Jake.
Like,
I have?
yeah, I don't know what's up with that. Like, you started out at a good volume and then you just.
Yeah, you got like a little quieter, a little quieter.
Yeah, I've been progressively turning you up. You're now at 150%.
This is the
And you
Yeah.
started at 100.
I hope on the VOD that everything. That's
It
what
sounds
captions
like there's
are
a little
for.
bit of buzz. There might be actually be like an audio thing going on.
That's very weird.
We here at Dauntless Enterprises do not know how to use OBS.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying on your end.
Oh,
No,
saying
100% it's
actually-
probably on my end.
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
I
fine.
just don't know what's causing it.
That's what captions are for.
Renori will like grab Casper's hands and like
Mhm.
swing them back and forth like between them
Okay.
and go well, the bedroom is empty right now.
I love Renori so much, dude. Casper just kind of smirks a little bit. Bad it is.
I mean, if Tide got to.
We should get to. I like this
Yeah.
reasoning. Yeah. Yeah.
It's only fair.
Mm-hmm. It would be doing us a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is mutually beneficial.
It's been very stressful.
Yeah, we should relax.
And we'll
Raven
be in a
walks over
better
to
mood for
Faustus.
everybody else.
Raven walks over to Faustus. I think we're sleeping out here tonight. Just like very like softly whispers.
I assume you and Casper make your way to the back of the house.
Yeah, Renori just like leads him walking backwards.
Okay.
Like, pulling him along.
Okay. Easy enough. The room is currently unoccupied, as everyone has made their way out to the front of the
And
house.
imagine if we got back there and then someone with Brock's like laying.
God, no, Brock's not here.
Rox hasn't been in the house like all day.
Yeah, it's like, oops, a Brock is here now. I don't know.
No. You make your
Your
way into the back room. We'll come back to you for your 3 words in a second.
Oh,
Raven
fuck,
and
3 words.
Faustus. Yeah, you have some time to think about it, because I know you did not think about it. Raven and Faustus.
Yeah,
Um,
Raven just rolled like an insight check just because she saw them like start to whisper, and then she was just like, "Oh, this is horny." Yeah, we're not gonna be sleeping. We're not gonna be sleeping in that back room, I don't think, tonight. So she shares that information with Faustus, to be like, "Hey, let's not go back there."
Yeah, they could use some space, I think. That's
Mhm.
probably fine.
Mm-hmm.
At this moment, the front door does creak open, and Tessa sort of just gently kind of slips into the room and shuts the door behind her.
Raven's going to gesture for her to go, like, come towards the two of them
She...
before she gets anywhere else in the house.
Okay, she awkwardly does make her way over.
The back room is currently not free.
Oh my god.
Tessa!
Listen, he's trying to do
Faustus
her
reaches
best
into
to
his
make
bag
sure
and
that
digs around for a second, and he eventually pulls out, like, a sock. And then it floats across the room and goes onto the doorknob.
Nice.
God.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Um,
So everybody knows.
Tessa, as soon as like Tessa got it, and then she saw the sock, and then she got it, you know, and she just kind of, all right, and kind of just takes a seat.
M is an interesting fellow. I assume it's nice to have someone to speak to who's from Alhasari after so long.
Yeah, yeah, it's, you know, everyone's been through something, and you can understand their pain even if you've been through something similar, but knowing someone who went through the thing you went through when you thought there was no one else is, and who gets how even all this time later it still eats you up. Yeah. It's nice. It's a bit much, but I kind of fond of it.
He's the right kind of a bit much, I think.
Yes, in the same way Casper was when we met him.
Casper's still very much like that. It's just I think that we've sort of been able to. It's like
We
when
adjusted
there's,
to
like,
him,
a humming
right?
noise. Yeah, if there's a
Right?
humming noise, eventually your brain just sort of cancels it out.
I just laughed because like Faustus hated Casper for like
So
15
Yeah.
episodes.
Much.
Is there a single one of us in this crew that isn't just a little bit too much?
I think I'm perfectly pleasant. Raven will say with like a lot of humor in her voice.
I think Fishhook is the only normal person I've met.
Oh.
Or Chad being done like this.
Mm. Raven and Faustus have dissed Chad many.
Yeah, no one is a fan of Chad. I miss him.
It's not that the, Raven's not a fan of Chad. It might be worse that she just doesn't really think of
Yeah.
I don't think about you at all.
it.
Madman.
Yes, Fishhook I would say is probably one of my favorites as well.
I would agree. Well, it doesn't seem we have the room, but I think I'll figure out some sleeping arrangements for us. Isolda hasn't made her way back, but
I don't mind just us figuring something out here.
okay. She starts to just kind of shift the furniture a little bit because she knows, like, eventually, like, most of the currently conscious people are about to, like, flop over and not be conscious. And she's not going to be ready for it, you know? Like, what, you know? So she just starts, like, moving the furniture around in preparation for that. And she kind of just sits back down. Renori, do you have 3 words for me?
Yep. Slow, edging, erotic.
Cool.
Excellent.
Dear God, one of those words is not like the other.
She had 3 words, and you really went for it. Oh.
I learned from Tide.
As we begin to fade to black, as Renori and Casper disappear into that back room, and the sock just gently alights on the knob. Yeah, it's quiet in the room. And there's just that one sort of window that looks out to the outside is streaming in moonlight. There are like a few candles and such in the room, but they're not currently lit.
I'm sorry.
Yeah?
I can't handle the fact that Kristen keeps periodically stifling a giggle.
I'm blushing, dude.
Kristen does this to me, makes me say these words to her, and then cannot take the words. It's great.
She chooses the
So
3
funny.
words. She chooses the 3
You are
words
the
that
arbiter
include
of your fate.
edging, and then she's blushing now.
Yes. This is the
Amazing.
consequences of your actions.
This is why we love her.
Turtle showing of just I can't take it. I have to look away from the camera.
Because there's no one else in the room at the moment, the bed is free. With clean linens. And by the time you're done, they are not clean.
Nice.
Oh my god.
It's the best way I could put that without being too
Yeah.
descriptive.
Mhm.
So, as
Yar.
so true, Bestie.
Oh my
Yar.
god.
Yo ho
The
yo.
pirate's
ho.
life for me.
Is it too late to change this episode title to just
No,
Yar?
It's
Yar.
canon now.
Sort of moving back to the front of the house, we're wrapping up a little bit here. So before everyone begins to sort of turn into for the night one by one, is there anything, Raven, Faustus, you would like to do?
How drunk is Faustus? Like, how is Faustus acting?
You got a
this night?
7 on your Constitution saving throw, right?
Fucked up.
Yeah, Faustus is really fucked up.
Faustus is giving drunk girl in the bathroom. He's with
He's
you.
extremely drunk.
He's with you, but he's not here.
No, I know. I'm just
Actually,
wondering-
I will say, there is actually a very different vibe that Faustus is giving, which is he has had a lot to drink, and he is sort of staring off into space, and has, like, a cup on the table, and he has, like, one finger on it.
Mm.
You know how, like, if you hold a finger on a cup to where it's like that, and then he's twirling it so that it's balanced like that? But he's
Mhm.
just doing that, like, perpetually, and staring off into
The
space.
existential drunk.
Yeah.
He's
Mm,
more of
okay.
kind of an existential drunk.
I can
Um,
get there sometimes, you know?
Yeah, Raven, I think, is doing the thing where she's not necessarily saying anything or doing anything to Faustus, but she sort of just like puts a cup of water in front of him.
He tossed the
right?
water.
Yeah. Like puts like a blanket like just
Aw.
over his shoulders, just like does the thing of like just like caring for a person who is more drunk than you are
Mm-hmm.
and like trying to like take care of them in a way that's like, because I think that she's very in tune with like people in general, like that's how she's been rolling this whole campaign, but like specifically because she's close to Faustus, will be kind of like, I'm not gonna press too hard. I think
Okay.
I'm just gonna give Faustus the space to be in this headspace, I guess.
Okay.
Unless he like otherwise will initiate anything, and she's sort of just like taking care of him.
I'd say he probably stays pretty checked out till like towards the end. So he has like one thing I want to do before the end, but like
Okay.
I don't know if we're gonna do that now or not.
I'm gonna try and start going that way. So if you'd like to do that, I would do that now. But I will say Tessa's still
Okay.
currently next to you. Does that affect what you want to do?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No. Faustus is staring off into space and just sort of twirling the cup, and he's zoned out. I don't think it's not like a conscious brooding. He's just like zoning out into nothing. But then as everything kind of starts to settle down and everybody's starting to try to like start to move to bed, he sort of like he gets shaken out of it, and he looks back and he looks over at Raven, and he says, "I think you're perfectly nice to be around too." And leans in to kiss her again.
Yeah.
And then just
I'm
sort of gets
melting.
up and it's very just like quick peck, get up, and just like sort of shuffles over to bed basically.
Okay.
And just like sort of crashes for the night because he's knocked out.
Yeah.
Raven takes a moment to like have that sink in a little bit, and then she'll sort of curl up, not like directly next to Faust, but like you know how they've been sort of doing that like little cuddle
General
puddle
vicinity,
thing?
cuddle puddle.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
just sort of like lays herself down and falls asleep with a smile on her face.
In the interim, while you were talking, Tessa sort of shifted away and kind of leaned next to Ripley and murmured something, and the two of them gently shifting John into Boomstick's arms, and John immediately just kind of curls much closer to her because she's warm. And just sort of like smushes and curls up, almost like he's like fetal, almost like he's just, and she's just kind of, you can see the neurodivergency of not under like where she's so flustered by like if she is overstepping even though she's not doing anything, and then you see her just sort of gently put her hands on like his back and just rub his back, and she looks so content. and Ripley stands up, and between her and Tessa, they're able to sort of rearrange the room. So some of the table and everything, which has sort of been rearranged so that everybody could sit and do the Al Hasari finger dance, has been shifted into the corner along with the chairs. Ripley there's less blankets because a lot of them are still on the floor in the room. But Ripley does kind of shift around some stuff into Soda's front room and the cabinets and everything because she feels comfortable doing so. And she pulls out a few more spare furs. She kind of goes outside, looks around, grabs a couple off a clothesline, and comes back inside, and sets up a smaller, potentially less warm cuddle pile for everybody. Ripley lays down. Boomstick sort of gently, actually, hold on. Oh, shit. Boomstick, looks at the pile, which is not where she is, and looks at John, and then just very determined, scoops her arms under him and carries him over. And then sort of lays him down next to... And he's a big boy. He's, 6 feet, and he's, not a child. But she carries him over and sort of just, lays him down, and he's just, he's out. He's knocked out. He's on a different, plane of existence. And, she just sort of, has this little visible, stim moment where she's proud of herself. And then she flops down at the edge of the pile and kind of just curls up on her own. Ripley joins in. Raven and Faustus, you find your sort of area there. Casper's with Renori in the back room. I'm trying to make sure everyone's accounted for because I always forget somebody. Okay, so Tessa's the last to lay down, and she's sort of, with a whisper, the lights in the room dim much dimmer, so it's easier to maintain sleep. And she looks at everyone.
Sorry, I just realized that Raven had that going, and then it probably just knocked out as soon as she actually fell asleep.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Alright.
So, it, it was just, it went from, oots, 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 just silence and light. In, 2 seconds. And Tessa just sort of brings the lights to a dim, and she just sort of looks over everyone for a moment. Kind of worries her bottom lip between her teeth. And then she sits at the edge of the pile, and then slowly comes to rest.
Tessa, right?
Tessa, yeah.
Okay. I think Faustus, not completely asleep yet, would probably roll over and look at Tessa and just be kind of gesture to her, why aren't you coming to the usual place you come to in the pile over this way instead of at the end of the pile? Kind of just is Tessa, there's a spot for you over here.
Oh.
Just lays back down and falls asleep.
You see through, it pierces the drunk brain, and it gets through. You see this just such a fond smile for you when you open your eyes and you take her in. And to you, she is but a blur of blue in the dim light because you're you're just going to sleep. But you do catch that smile, and she just sort of, as gently as she can, maneuvers so that she is next to you, and she sort of drapes an arm over you, and then ever so gently just kind of not really reaches out to Raven necessarily, but just kind of lines up their hands so their hands are touching. And then she kind of curls into Faustus's chest and falls asleep. On the very outskirts of the village, as you sort of also come to rest as the alcohol starts to wear off, is there anything last you would like to do, or would you like to go to sleep?
He takes his dagger, kind of uses it to cream his nails. Takes a deep breath. Oh, what fun this will be. And then slowly goes to bed.
Okay. as you sort of find your comfort in this bedroll, which is pretty plush. It's not a bed. But it is definitely a bedroll like provided by someone who uses it often. Like it would be like if you knew you had to sleep in a sleeping bag, but like in a house because you didn't have a bed, and you would invest in a better sleeping bag. It's like kind of like that situation.
Mhm.
It's got a little bit of a padding to it, and there are a couple extra like nicely treated furs that if you wanted to use you could. And the lantern light dims, and you feel as the breeze sort of just whispers against the canvas of the tent, you feel that familiar pull that's been sort of calling to you for as long as you can remember. And as you drift off to sleep, you smile to yourself. Renori, as you and Casper come to rest, as you come to rest, there is a very a quiet, tender moment where Casper is just holding you, and you sort of just, and you are trashed. So like very much like Faustus, like you're not sleeping because you don't need to, but your body's like either we're trancing and we're trancing hard, or we're sleeping. This is happening. We're done. Casper just sort of, as he's holding you, just brushes his knuckles against yours and then presses a kiss to the top of your head, and you feel him slowly shift into sleep. You can attempt to trance, but I'm gonna ask you to roll to see if you fall asleep.
Okay. So there's like a DC.
Yeah, so I will say roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
To see if you can manage to concentrate enough to trance instead of sleep.
That's a 4.
You, as you're laying there, you're like, I'm not gonna sleep. I'm not gonna sleep. I'm not gonna morning.
Renori's literally like, elves don't sleep, elves don't sleep, elves don't sleep.
we're not at the morning quite yet, but morning. You know, like
yeah.
And
That
with
sounds
the
about right.
with the moon looking down over our party in separate but close places, having somewhat knit back together after the loss of one of their members. An odd pattern, for sure, with strangers who perhaps have the potential to become friends. That is where we end episode
lovers.
32. Or lovers!
Or enemies.
Maybe they'll kiss! That is where we're gonna end episode 32.
Who knows?
I'm
what
glad
could
I got
happen?
Sarah.
Who
I-
knows?
That's where we'll end episode
Your enemies
32 of
and
Stormborn's
lovers.
Curse.
Why limit yourself?
Enemies and lovers.
You can multitask.
Oh.
So that's where we'll
Enemies
end
benefit.
episode 32 of Stormborn's Curse. If you hung out tonight, thank you so much. If you're here from the Brew Crew, I mean, you know us. We haunt you regularly, but still, thank you very much for coming over to hang out. Because I talk about this a lot because it's an obsession. I've worked on this campaign for years, and I'm so glad to get to share this story with as many people who want to experience it. That came out weird. But I'm really excited I'm always excited to have new people. So if you like the story that you saw today and you were like, whoa, Crispy's really good, that's so true. But if you want to watch like the Crispy list episodes, the ones that like don't have him, those are on YouTube. All of them, episodes 1 through 31, and episode 32 will be going up sometime this weekend. I am in a film this weekend, so I don't know when that's gonna go up, but whenever I'm not in front of a camera, I guess. And I also put a poll up over the weekend, as is our usual, so that you can pick what game we're playing on Monday, because I do my gaming streams on Monday at 6:30 EST. So, I'm trying to remember, because I always forget to say words. Yes. Thank you, Crispy. First of all, thank you, Crispy, because
Thank you guys. This was so much fun.
Thank
you
Oh
are
my gosh.
amazing. M is phenomenal, and I'm
Em
so
is
glad that we have you.
amazing.
Fantastic.
Literally
Yeah, he's-
so good.
He's a very fun character
Love
to play.
him.
Very fun character to play.
I have to give you props, because ever since Ascension, I have wanted to be at a table with you again, so I'm very, very glad this all
Mhm.
worked out.
Yes.
You are an amazing role player and an amazing person. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
No,
See
it's
you next
it's
week.
your world.
No!
It's your information that I'm feeding off of.
It's,
so it's
my world, and I'm
It's a
universing
compliment,
you.
Christy.
It's
Yeah.
both of you.
No,
It's both of you.
Both of you.
Both of
What-
you.
No.
All of us.
To everybody that subbed, resubbed, or gifted subs today, thank you as well. If you're feeling that kind of generous and you want to support me in a way that goes more directly and quickly into my pocket, my Ko-Fi is also under donate under here if you wanted to do that, because Twitch won't give me my money. And I have a follow goal. That's it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you again on Monday, and Crispy will be back with us next week on Friday at our usual time. Once again, we'll have some more and maybe more after that. We'll talk about it. But for now, that is all. Thank you so much. Take care of yourselves, and we will see you very, very, very soon.
Is
Bye-bye.
it Friday yet?
Oh God, wait, I forgot the buttons. Okay. Bye.
Bye.